Thank you. Let us please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation.
Almighty God, before we consider a resolution or pass an ordinance or make an appointment, we first want to take time to say thank you. We realize that without you, the business of this great county could not be conducted. Now grant us the courage and the wisdom and the foresight to provide for the needs of all of our people and to fulfill our obligation in this community. Help us to further realize the purpose and the plan of the county of Bowie. We ask that you continue to keep us in your perfect peace, and it is in your sovereign name we pray and give thanks. Amen.
Amen. Has everyone had the opportunity? Has everyone had the opportunity to read the minutes from the August the 21st, 2025 meeting? If so, are there any comments or is there a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, I've read the minutes and I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
It's been properly moved and second. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Ms. Kowalski?
Aye.
Mr. Cosby?
Aye.
Mr. Patak?
Aye.
Mr. Kimmelly?
Aye.
Thank you. Our director's report will be
Or Raycat. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Ray Katz, Assistant Director of Community Development. permit for automobile repair and automobile resale on Pleasant Hill Lane. The applicant has scheduled a community meeting for Wednesday, October 1st, 2025 at 6 p.m. And there also is a District 5 Town Hall meeting. That's September 22nd, 2025, hosted by Mr. Lyle. It's at Hope Church beginning at 6 p.m. And the Board of Supervisors and School Board members joint countywide town hall will be October 2nd, 2025, in the board meeting room at 6 p.m.
Our next item on the agenda is citizen comment period. Per the Planning Commission bylaws, section 4, addressing the commission public comment. Generally, all persons who speak before the commission during the citizen comment period or a public hearing shall do so from the lectern, or in this case of this evening, from the microphones at the end of the aisle, and furnish their names and addresses to the commission. A speaker shall only speak once on any item unless the commission asks the speaker to answer questions. No person may address the commission unless they have first been recognized by the chair. Each person who desires to speak shall be given time to present oral or written comments. Comments shall be directed to the commission, not to the audience. Citizen comment period. The citizen comment period provides a public forum for the commission to hear from citizens about matters pertinent to the activities, issues, or policies of the commission. The citizen comment period is limited to matters that are not scheduled for public hearing on tonight's agenda. If you are here to speak on the items on the agenda tonight, the overlay district and the technology zone, please hold your comments until that item's hearing is called.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you wish to speak during this citizen comment period, please come forward and state your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. You also, yes, we'll have you first and then you second, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Excuse me. Can you come to the microphone, sir? Yep, there you go. You're good.
We're going to spend $1.5 million on a central process classification plant in Westbury. On December 3rd, 1997, Governor Allen and Motorola CEO Robert Halden announced the plant would double to $3 billion and be Motorola's largest investment in the history of the company. Almost a year later, Motorola put the project on hold. Several years after that, Motorola canceled the project and sold the land. for law enforcement, fire and rescue, and school budget. We also have the TCSD debt. Eli Lilly will hopefully be the cowbell for more economic development. This project didn't come by happenstance. It came by the fruition of a lot of people working very hard and as a team within the framework of Goochland County ordinances, West Creek Accords, by right zoning, and yes, even non-disclosure agreements. It included the efforts by a tireless county staff and elected officials and appointed members and the Commonwealth and even the national stage. This also includes you, Mr. Chairman, and the Planning Commission. I thank you all. We're blessed with a great company coming to our county to provide high-paying jobs, pay taxes, provide solutions to critical health issues, and fill the vacant parking lots. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to speak on a matter not pertaining to what's on the agenda tonight? You're welcome to come. You're welcome to come. You're welcome to come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public comment period.
There is no unfinished business, and there is no new business. There are no requests to defer, additions, deletions, or changes to the order of the public hearings.
We're going to have. Testing. We're going to have two public hearings this evening. The first public hearing is for a request for conditional use permit for an accessory family housing unit, and the second is for the technology overlay district. Given the importance of both of these public hearings, it is our desire to allow every person their opportunity to speak and the time for us to be focused in on the deliberations. We're going to meet until 11 o'clock p.m. this evening, and we want to prioritize everyone's health, well-being, to ensure that we can give the issues before us the attention they deserve. If we're not finished with our hearing and our commission deliberations, we will pause the meeting at that 11 p.m. hour and return on next Thursday, September the 25th at 6:30 p.m. here in the Goochland High School auditorium.
Per the Planning Commission bylaws, Section 4, addressing the commission public comments. 4.3.1 time limits. Generally, a citizen may present once for 3 minutes at any public hearing. If a citizen wishes to present as a representative of the group, then he or she may extend his or her time for presentation up to 10 minutes by having up to 4 other citizens come to the podium, identify themselves, and cede 2 minutes of speaking time to the group representative. Persons who wish to present a video, audio slide, or other presentation as part of their remarks must submit their materials electronically to the clerk by noon the business day before the meeting. Materials not timely received will not be allowed to be presented at the meeting. Repetition. Successive speakers who either support an item or oppose an item are encouraged to address different issues and not be repetitive.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could you please introduce the first public hearing?
Yes, sir. Our first public hearing item tonight is in District 4, CU 2025-3, application by Andrea L. Smith, requesting a conditional use permit CUP for an accessory family housing unit detached on 4.46 acres at 831 Broad Street Road on tax map number 4610260. The property is zoned agricultural limited A2. The CUP is required by County Zoning Ordinance Section 15112 in accordance with Section 15285A. The comprehensive plan designates this area as rural enhancement area.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For the record, I am Ray Cash, Assistant Director of Community Development. This case, as referenced, is in District 4. It is for a conditional use permit for an accessory family housing unit detached. 831 Broad Street Road, 4.46 acres. This is a rural enhancement area under the comprehensive plan. On the maps before you, in the red circle, is generally the vicinity of where the property is located along Broad Street Road. The property is outlined in red in the slide on the right in the aerial. Focus here. Landmarks, this is across the street from Grace Chinese Baptist Church. The property is currently zoned A2, as are the surrounding properties. And as referenced, the property is designated rural enhancement in the comprehensive plan. The property is currently occupied by a single-family dwelling and a residential accessory structure. A natural gas trunk line really traverses the property along the frontage of Broad Street. And the applicant is proposing to construct another single-family dwelling for a family based upon the conditional use. Here again, the property is outlined in red. We have an arrow here pointing to the proposed location of the accessory family housing unit. There was a community meeting held on June 26th, attended by 4 citizens. The applicant did explain the proposal to the attendees. The questions included the purpose of the request, existing vegetation, proposed location, difference between CUPs and rezoning. With the draft condition, this proposal would be deemed in compliance with the comprehensive plan. With this case, staff has proposed that Planning Commission impose standard conditions that are typical for the accessory family housing units. Those include use limitation, that can't be rented, that there has to be an emergency access provided, there would be an expiration that would expire in November of 2035, and there should be notification to the Community Development Department should there be transfer or lease of the property. Staff, of course, is available for any questions, and the applicant is in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Would the applicant like to come forward and speak? And please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Andrea Smith. I'm at 831.
Move the microphone down just a little bit. There you go.
Short people. My name is Andrea Smith, and I do live at 831 Broad Street Road. This land was my grandparents' land that was then passed on to me to build a house. The permit is now for my daughter and son-in-law to build a house there as well, and we just want to thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
All right, thank you. We'll now open it up for the public hearing on this particular case. If there's anyone who wants to come forward and speak, you may do so. And again, there's a time limit of 3 minutes, and you will hear a buzzer when that time is expired. Seeing that no one wants to come forward in the public comment period, I will end that. Are there any questions from the committee?
I have no questions.
Being that there are no questions, I'd like to ask for a motion.
I move that the commission recommend approval and conditional use permit CU 2025-0003 application by Andrea L. Smith, subjected to the imposed conditions as presented. Second.
It's been properly moved and second. Can I have a roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Mr. Kimmerly? Aye. Mr. Patuk?
Aye.
Mr. Cosby?
Aye.
Ms. Kowalski?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
The motion to recommend approval passes on a 5-0 vote. This case is tentatively scheduled to be heard by the Board of Supervisors on November 6, 2025. It moves forward with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. Our second and final public hearing item tonight is countywide CP 2025-2 and ZOA 2025-1, amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the establishment of a technology overlay district, and an amendment to the zoning ordinance, County Code Chapter 15, adding sections 15448 through 15550, establishing a technology overlay district, amending section 15331, off-street parking and loading, unloading requirements, to decrease parking standards for data centers, and amending section 15500, definitions, to include small modular nuclear reactor facility, natural gas peaking plant, and utility generating station.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Before we get started with we have the staff presentation. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
You're way over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Good evening, Commission members. My name is Sarah Worley, and I'm the Deputy County Administrator for Economic and Community Development for Goochland County. This evening, I will be presenting 3 items. 2 are for Planning Commission action, the Technology Overlay District Ordinance Amendment and the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. The 3rd item is a complementary ordinance that is not in the zoning and does not require Planning Commission action. I am presenting it as context and information to the Commission. So, why are we here? County staff and Economic Development Authority are recommending 2 ordinances that will work together to attract high-quality, high-revenue economic development projects. Those 2 ordinances are known as the Technology Overlay District and the Technology Zone. So I'd like to back up a bit and describe why the county wants to attract new business. The Goochland County Board of Supervisors has made attracting high-technology businesses, such as advanced manufacturing and data centers, a priority for the county because the tax revenue generated from such businesses is a significant benefit to the county's tax base. The proposed ordinance amendments will give the county the ability to better attract large revenue-producing technology companies. But you may be wondering, why does the county want or need these types of businesses? Technology businesses have the highest revenue-producing impacts in terms of taxes and high-quality jobs. High-tech businesses pay a significant real estate, business personal property, and machinery and tools. The county's core government functions are largely supported by both residential and commercial taxes. Having more businesses helps alleviate the tax burden on citizens. It is a long-term Board of Supervisor goal to have the tax revenue streams to be 70% funded by residential and 30% funded by commercial taxes. We currently sit around the 82-18 mark. In addition, the Technology Overlay District and the Technology Zone are central to Goochland's countywide strategy: grow wisely, protect rural character, and diversify the tax base. The plan preserves and makes Goochland unique while ensuring resources to thrive, focusing growth where it belongs, safeguarding rural areas, and securing our long-term sustainability. It will help us concentrate our growth where we have the infrastructure to support it while protecting the 85% of the county to remain rural. It will help us sustain revenue and pay down the TCSD debt without adding additional tax burdens to the citizens of our county. I know that I do not have to talk to you about the importance of our comprehensive plan as our North Star to guide development, but I would like to point out that the comprehensive plan is about balance, protecting Goochland's rural nature while building our sustainable future. There has been a long history of planned development in the eastern part of Goochland County, dating back to 1975. In 1987, 3,500 acres was rezoned to create West Creek. In 1995, infrastructure was brought in to promote economic development. In 2002, the TCSD, the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, was formed to bring additional water and sewer capacity to the east end of the county. And in 2015, our comprehensive plan was adopted, showing the eastern designated growth area as the, quote, economic driver of the county, end quote. Our approach to the Technology Overlay District is designed to find the sweet spot where Goochland remains attractive to investors while ensuring the residents are protected. As you will see in my presentation, TOD standards add new protections such as buffers, setbacks, noise limits, and design controls. By right opportunities remain available, giving businesses certainty and encouraging high-value investment. Balanced zoning ensures Goochland is competitive regionally while safeguarding our quality of life here locally. Success would look like a county that is both welcoming to innovation and protective of its rural character. Before I get into the details of the technology zone, I would like to review the public engagement we've held thus far. So just to highlight a few, we've created a specific web page on our website, goochlandva.us/TOD, where we've posted maps of the technology zone and the technology overlay district, the ordinance text, frequently asked questions, a dedicated comment portal, a community meeting presentations and recordings, and then other resources that have been requested by citizens. In addition, we've held 2 countywide community meetings. We've held individual neighborhood and citizen group meetings. We performed a balloon test for visual demonstrations of height, and we extended mailings to adjacent property owners to include all properties in all adjacent subdivisions. So on July 7th, we did hold our first community meeting on this initiative. There was about 20 to 25 members of the public who attended, and concerns were expressed regarding proposed uses, development standards, utility capacity, and the public process. After the community meeting, we have received a lot of emails, and we held a small group meeting to gain a better understanding of community input. Here's a chart detailing what we heard and how often we heard. The majority of input that we had was around noise, buffers, setbacks, height, and rural character. After the July 7th community meeting, staff went back and made some changes to the proposed ordinance. I'm not going to go through these individually, but we did make changes to setbacks and buffers, heights, noise, energy use, the scale, location, and then increased transparency and public input by holding a second community meeting on September 8th. We took the changes that we made back to the community on September 8th. There was approximately 700 members of the public in attendance. We took comments via cards, and staff answered questions off the cards by the category. Here's a chart detailing those comments. We analyzed them and grouped them into categories that we heard most often. Noise and quality of life being the top concern, shortly followed by by-right development, utilities and infrastructure, buffers and height, and property values. So as previously mentioned, there are 3 components to this proposed initiative. One of them is the technology zone, which is not part of the Commission's action this evening. This ordinance is not located in the zoning code. It pertains to financial incentives for technology companies looking to locate or expand in the county. I will be overviewing the technology zone ordinance because it is complementary to the technology overlay district. The technology zone will encompass the same area as the technology overlay district, which we will detail later in the presentation. The technology zone is a tool that allows the Board of Supervisors and the Economic Development Authority to attract businesses to locate in our prime economic development areas in Goochland County. Some of you may be aware that it is common practice to incentivize businesses to locate or expand in a county. Goochland has given numerous incentives over the years to businesses such as Capital One, Hardywood, and the Residence Inn. These are done on an individual basis and by what is known as a performance agreement. For each incentive, we perform a return on investment calculation to ensure that the county is making a smart investment by offering the incentive. Return on investments look at the kinds of taxes and how much taxes will be paid over a certain period of time. A portion of those taxes are then reimbursed on an annual basis for a limited time. For example, in 2021, the Residence Inn received an incentive of $200,000 to build the county's first hotel. Since that time, they have contributed over $400,000 to the commercial tax base. What we are proposing with the technology zone is a little bit different in that it will allow the county the ability to reimburse building and utility fees for technology businesses to locate in the technology zone. These additional incentives adds flexibility to attract high revenue producing projects. For example, a utility connection fee for a high water user could be as high as $2 million. The county could look at the future water use and the tax benefit and determine that the connection fee could potentially be reduced to $1 million. Having this type of flexibility helps bring competitive businesses to Goochland County. Similar to the Technology Overlay District, the Technology Zone will direct investment to areas of the county where it can be supported. There are certain requirements for technology companies to receive incentives, and we purposefully made these requirements low because we want to be able to attract technology businesses of all sizes. For example, there may be a small AI or financial tech company that is creating software, or a small robotics manufacturing company that we would like to incentivize for growth. Again, we will perform a return on investment calculation for each proposal to ensure that the county is making a smart investment. You might be asking, what defines a technology business? A technology business means a for-profit business, either new to the county or existing, which derives its gross receipts from the design, development, manufacture, creation, or lease or sale of a technology-based products or processes. The important really thing to note here is that the definition is complementary to the uses that we will describe in the Technology Overlay District. And we specifically state that the business must be for profit. Examples of technology businesses include a data center or a manufacturer of technology products such as chips, panels, computer equipment, or a manufacturer who uses digital robotics or 3D manufacturing methods. Here is a definition of a technology business that I just overviewed. Okay, so that was the technology zone. Again, you guys do not need to vote on that, but it is a complementary ordinance that you need to be aware of as it does affect the Technology Overlay District. So I'm going to dive into the Technology Overlay District, or TOD, as we have been referring to. So first, to start from the beginning, I would like to establish what is an overlay district. An overlay district is a zoning district that is in addition to, it overlays existing zoning. Overlays are typically used to regulate design, use standards, and types of uses permitted. An overlay does not replace underlying zoning. There are current overlay examples in Goochland County already. We have our village center overlays such as Oilville, Courthouse, and Centerville. We have our entrance corridor overlays such as Patterson Avenue and River Road. And we also have floodplain and dam inundation zone overlays. So you might be wondering, what is a technology overlay district? It is the same in that it supplements and overlays the underlying zoning as we just discussed, but it's targeted for technology uses such as data centers and advanced manufacturing. However, very important to note, those uses will be subject to development standards such as setbacks, buffers, and design criteria to ensure compatibility with adjacent properties and protect areas outside of the Technology Overlay District. Now, we all know that Goochland is very special, and we do want to keep it that way. These amendments will help us protect land outside of the TOD by specifically directing investment to areas that can support and are planned for this type of growth. The TOD will provide additional security for adjacent residentially zoned properties that would not otherwise exist, since both data centers and manufacturing uses are allowed by right in West Creek Business Park. I will detail that further again in our presentation. So where is the Technology Overlay District going to be located? To orient you, the parcels in white on this map everything in white, is in the proposed technology overlay district. To the east, which is the right side, is the Henrico County line. The blue in the middle is Route 288. The red at the top is Interstate 64. County staff analyzed water, sewer, road, electrical, and natural gas infrastructure to determine areas that we thought the TOD could be most appropriate. We took into consideration existing zoning and large tracts of developable land to determine those areas. The proposed TOD boundary encompasses around 2% of the entire county and about 21% of our East End designated growth area. Now, I know there's a lot of colors on this map, but the most important to note is that the majority of the area in the proposed technology overlay district is designated prime economic development in the gray. The others are industrial, flexible, or office, all in the comprehensive plan. So in our comprehensive plan, we are taking property that was already planned for some type of commercial growth into the technology overlay district. Here is our zoning map. Again, lots of colors, but important to note that the majority of the land in the TOD is already zoned industrial, which is this purple here on the map. This is West Creek Business Park, and it's all zoned for industrial uses now. So I'd like to talk a little bit about how the technology overlay district will be applied. So the permitted uses of an underlying zoning district will continue in accordance with the base zoning. For example, a single-family dwelling in an agricultural limited continues to be permitted. Veterinary hospitals and industrial will continue to be permitted. The uses permitted only under the TOD must comply with TOD standards. So example, a data center under the TOD in an agricultural district must meet all applicable TOD provisions. And lastly, permitted TOD uses that accept the incentives we just reviewed under the technology zone must comply with TOD standards. Example, a data center looking to locate in an M1 zoning district is allowed by right, and if they accept technology zone incentives, they must comply with the TOD standards. So again, what is a technology business? It's the same type of business we just outlined in the technology zone. Data center, manufacturing of technology products, or a manufacturer who use robotics or 3D manufacturing methods. Examples could be the recent Eli Lilly announcement or the Lego that recently announced in Chesterfield. So now we're going to get into some of the uses that are allowed in the TOD. So there's two types of uses that are allowed in the TOD, a use that's allowed by right and an accessory use. So the first one we're going to talk about this evening is a by right use. A by right use is allowed to locate without further public hearings at a local level. It does not mean that those uses are not regulated. The by right uses still must meet all applicable local, state, and federal regulations, which could include additional input at the state and federal levels. It's important to note that several of these uses, such as advanced manufacturing and data centers, are already allowed in West Creek. These uses on the screen were strategically chosen because they either are high revenue producing users or they act as a support system to high revenue projects. The second type of use is an accessory use. The accessory uses are only allowed to support one of the main uses we just discussed. An important note, by right does not mean free from oversight. All uses are still subject to local, state, and federal regulations, including air emissions, building code, zoning, environmental, and stormwater compliance. I'd like to talk a little bit specifically about utility generating stations. We heard from the public that they had concerns about data centers' energy usage. Goochland is trying to be forward-thinking and wants to provide opportunities for energy resiliency. We are limiting utility generating stations to 2 uses only, a small modular reactor and a gas peaking plant. In addition, we are limiting the area where those uses can go. Please see the area in blue on the map. Specifically, these uses are only allowed where it's designated industrial or flexible in the comprehensive plan, inside the TOD boundaries. In addition, we layered in added protection that these uses must be 1,500 feet from a residential zoning and the county line. So to repeat, the utility generating station is only allowed in the northern portion of the TOD in the areas that are shaded in blue, 1,500 feet from residential and the county line. Here is a screenshot of our comprehensive plan showing those areas specifically that they are planned industrial and flexible in the comprehensive plan. The same level of attention and thought was given to where we should be locating energy storage. This use would also be restricted 1,500 feet from zoned residential and the county line, and only allowed within a quarter mile of Route 288 and I-64 as demonstrated in blue. In addition, we are limiting the battery type and requiring a siting agreement. So the only areas where you can do energy storage by right is in this blue shaded area along the interior of 288 and I-64, 1,500 feet from residential and the county line. So now we're going to dive into some of those development standards. There's been a lot of confusion about how properties can develop under the Technology Overlay District and whether they can develop by right. So I hope to provide some clarity over the next several slides. There are 2 development paths for properties that are included in the TOD. For properties on the left-hand side of the slide, these properties are currently zoned agriculture and would have to conform to all development standards that I'm going to present if they wanted to develop as a data center or advanced manufacturing. For the properties on the right-hand side of the slide, these properties are currently zoned industrial, and they can choose to develop under the TOD regulations or choose to develop under their base zoning. You might be asking yourself, why would someone choose to develop under the TOD regulations if they could do it by right? That is where the technology zone incentives and the added height allowances come into play. If one of the properties on the right-hand side took advantage of the financial incentives of the technology zone or wanted to go higher than 60 feet without any additional public input, they would have to develop under the TOD standards. So I want to take a moment and just repeat myself because it's important. The properties here on the right-hand slide have the ability today to develop data centers and advanced manufacturing uses as part of their base zoning M1. That means as early as tomorrow, a plan of development application may be filed to develop a data center adjacent to residential with no noise protection and very limited buffers. I will go into details further in my presentation. First, let's tackle outside of West Creek development scenario. So all the properties, if they wanted to develop in a TOD use in these properties outlined on the screen, must meet all development standards. Those are a conceptual master plan, sign design package, noise, height, lighting, fencing, building design and materials, screening of equipment, landscaping, buffers, setbacks, and an open space requirement. So to detail those specifically, these standards are intended to address impacts and promote quality development. So we are regulating lighting must be dark sky compliant. We are regulating the area where fencing can go. We are changing the data center parking standards. We're requiring a conceptual master plan, a plan of development, a sign design package, and building design materials and open space. In addition, Buffers and screening of the uses from 64 and 288. Buffers for the perimeter of the master plan. Setbacks up to 300 feet dependent on the adjacent zoning and road type. Buffers up to 250 feet dependent on adjacent zoning. And then buffers along the roads depending on the road type, 150 to 100 to 35 feet. So to get into even more details about the noise, we are setting restrictions on noise. These standards are intended to mitigate users that may have impact upon adjacent residential properties. We are limiting noise to 65 decibels during the day and 60 overnight. That measurement can be at any location within an adjacent residentially zoned property. The noise restrictions do not apply to sounds generated by construction or generators operating during an emergency or during generator testing. Generator testing is limited to 2 hours per day between the hours of 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. In addition, a noise sound study shall be submitted with the initial plan of development detailing how the noise limit will be met or ways to mitigate the sounds to meet the limits. A second sound study verifying compliance with the noise limits under operating conditions must be provided within 3 months of operation. Additional studies, up to 4 annually, must be provided at the request of the zoning administrator upon any alterations or modifications to the facility or equipment or to investigate a noise complaint. Another element that did cause concern from our first community meeting and our second is height. In evaluation of some typical users of the technology uses, we found that some may need increased height beyond the base ordinance requirements of 60 and 80. We are proposing to allow an increased height limit, but want to mitigate the impact on nearby properties. We are now recommending an increased setback for increased height. In addition, we recognize that data centers have been a main concern, so we were adding in an increased setback and buffer for data center use. Now, there is a 250-foot vegetative buffer and a 300-foot setback for all data centers located next to residential. In addition, if a use wants to go higher than 60 feet, there is increased setbacks up to 600 feet depending on the height. Buffers are an important way to help mitigate visual and auditory impacts. Our base ordinance buffer requirements are insufficient, so we're proposing much more substantial buffer requirements. The buffers proposed with the TOD are dense and include a variety of plant materials. These are designed to be more like natural areas and not landscaping. As the buffer vegetation matures, the distribution and variety prevents the loss of buffer over seasonal changes, creating a much better visual impact. It is important to note that the area is already established with trees. The TOD will require that it remain in its natural state. It can be supplemented but not destroyed. These requirements shown are for areas without adequate natural buffer. Here is a visual representation of what a 60-foot building could look like utilizing TOD restrictions. Notice the variation in building height with the step backs here and recesses to break up the building mass that you can see along this wall here. There's a requirement for fenestrations. An example is the faux windows that we've shown here. Accessory equipment must be screened here and on the back side. And again, those significant buffers from a collector road and from residential, and then smaller buffers if it's adjacent to commercial or industrial property. Here's a side view of a 60-foot tall building, a data center, separated by a 250-foot buffer and a 300-foot setback from a residential area. This is the side view of a 60-foot tall building separated by a 200-foot buffer. This is a side view of an 80-foot tall buffer separated by 200 feet buffer and a 500-foot setback. And then lastly, the side view of a 120-foot tall building separated by 200-foot buffer and a 600-foot setback from a residential area. And lastly, we did a perspective view of an 80-foot tall and 120-foot tall building from a residential area separated by 200 feet buffer at 500 and 600-foot setback. If you are standing at ground level adjacent, it is fully hidden. So let's dig back into that second development path for properties located inside of West Creek. So we just talked about those located outside of West Creek. Everything I just outlined will be required for these properties outside of West Creek. For the properties inside of West Creek, detailed here, these properties are currently zoned industrial, and again, can choose to develop under the TOD regulations or choose to develop under their by right zoning, their base zoning. So I'd like to take a moment to pause to bring attention to this slide, because what I'm about to say is an important consideration. The properties in blue on this slide are in West Creek. They have the ability today to develop data centers and advanced manufacturing uses as part of their base M1 zoning. That means, again, as early as tomorrow, a plan of development can be filed to develop data centers adjacent to residential with no noise protection and very little buffers. The TOD provides protections such as noise and larger buffers that would not otherwise exist. If a property were to develop under the by right, there are some other base zoning standards that are already part of West Creek's proffers and restrictive covenants. Those are architectural standards, open space of 30%, screening of equipment and outdoor storage, and perimeter buffers. Those perimeter buffers are 100-foot adjacent to existing residences that were existing prior to 1987. This does not provide protection to residential subdivisions that have come in after 1987. There is a 100-foot buffer along Route 6, Hockett Road, and Broad Street. Other than that, it's 50 feet from other properties. So here's an image of the side view of a 60-foot tall building separated by a 35-foot buffer, which could be Reader's Branch open space, and a 50-foot buffer and setback from a residential area. This is what is allowed to happen today. We are proposing under the TOD for a data center separated by 250 feet buffer and a 300-foot setback. So if I go back, this is what's allowed today. This is what we are proposing. So the kind of third scenario for West Creek is if they developed under the Technology Overlay District standards. So what we just reviewed was if they developed by right tomorrow, not under the TOD. If they want to develop under the Technology Overlay District, we're going to go through what that looks like. So if a user wanted to take advantage of financial incentives or wanted to go higher than 60 feet adjacent to residential zoned property without a conditional use permit, they would be subject to TOD restrictions, including the noise ordinance that we previously reviewed and the TOD mandated setbacks and buffers from residential property that we reviewed earlier. In addition, West Creek has the robust proffers and restrictive covenants that would require architectural standards, landscaping, open space of 30%, and screening of equipment. The buffer vegetation would be required that we discussed earlier. And this could be what a data center could look like under the TOD regulations, even if they developed in West Creek under the TOD regulations. Again, those same regulations would apply for buildings buffers and setbacks from residential area that we reviewed earlier. Okay, so I am wrapping up. I just want to formally present the comprehensive plan amendment that does coincide with the technology overlay district. As staff considered the technology overlay concept, we think it's important to lay the groundwork for the planning area for the technology overlay district, and that it should reside within the comprehensive plan. Therefore, we are proposing an amendment to the 2035 comprehensive plan to establish technology overlay district as a category under land planning areas. It's important to note that the comprehensive plan amendment does not provide exact locations of the technology overlay district. That is done in the zoning ordinance. And that the Board of Supervisors may adopt or amend the technology overlay district in the future. I would like to bring to your attention the anticipated next steps for this process. There is a town hall being held by Mr. Lyle on September 22nd, District 5 at Hope Church. And the Board of Supervisors public hearing is November 6th, 2025, here at the Goochland High School, 6 p.m. That is where we anticipate, depending on commission action this evening, final action on the technology overlay district and comprehensive plan amendment and technology zone. And with that, Commission, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. I saw a lot of things that maybe they were in there before, but I didn't really notice them before. I just want to be really clear. Currently, these residential areas are bounded by... Oh.
So right now, the commission is asking questions of staff. They have not opened to public hearing.
Okay, thank you. So currently, these residential areas are bounded by A2 properties and M1 properties. And what I heard you say today is that currently, anybody who has an M1 property, even adjacent to these, I guess it's on slide 26 if you wanted to go there. M1 properties, they can build right now a data center. They could have built a data center last week, last year. They haven't, but they could have. And they could have done it 50 feet up to the property line and 60 feet tall. Are there requirements for a vegetative buffer on currently?
Ray?
Requirements for a vegetative buffer under current zoning, West Creek. West Creek, there is a requirement for the 50 feet buffer, as you outlined earlier, depending on location.
So it would be a 50-foot vegetative buffer
So it
and a
has to be
50-foot setback.
not just a setback. It's a vegetative buffer. Okay, I believe you said that the noise restrictions right now don't exist. There are no noise restrictions.
That is correct.
All right, so that's what's possible right now. So it sounds like the TOD actually provides a lot of protection for these residential neighborhoods if the M1 properties wanted to develop a data center in the future.
Yes.
Assuming that these M1 property owners want to buy into these restrictions, which is why you've created incentives, because they have a right to do what's their property rights right now. So that's up to them, and by that they can't be too oppressive. So 60 decibels, I've seen people saying we should make it 30. Well, making it 30 probably isn't going to get anybody to buy in. All right, and so that's the M1s. The A2 properties right now cannot build, because they're A2, a data center. By putting the TOD on top of them, they will be able to build a data center, but it would have to be with the TOD restrictions.
That is correct.
And right now, if somebody owned an A2 property and wanted to put a data center on there, they'd have to bring it to this board, this commission, for rezoning, and then go to the Board of Supervisors for rezoning. If they did that, would they, it's hard to say what restrictions they would be held to. I guess it would depend on who the 5 people are sitting here and who the 5 people are sitting on the other board.
and so it's undefined, really. This adds a layer of specificity to the requirements, which I think is a good thing. So I just wanted to be real clear about that. Let's see. Generator testing, can you say why that has been excluded from the noise ordinance? It can be 2 hours every single day, and it's not restricted, or is it restricted to 6? No, it's not restricted at all.
Generated testing is not restricted. It is limited to 2 hours per day between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Okay, that seems like a lot, but I just wanted to make sure I was reading or hearing that properly. And are there any requirements for berms? I don't think I heard.
No, not currently.
Not currently? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right.
Although I will say, they are required to do a sound when they submit their noise study. They are required to do whatever it takes to attenuate that sound down to the decibel level that is specified. So if a berm is one way for them to attenuate that sound, that could be part of how they go about doing that. We're not exactly requiring it in the ordinance, but it does allow flexibility for them to be able, they could do it with a sound wall, they could do it with a berm, they could do it various different ways. So it could be an option.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Any other questions for staff from the commission? Mr. McLaughlin.
Yeah, I have a question about the small modular reactors. I understand the point of them, and that we don't want the power to be drained in the hypothetical scenario. But I have a question. Are in the TOD or the restrictions, are they allowed to sell the energy that they're creating, or is it just for that facility?
They would be allowed in this area that we have outlined in blue that's limited as a by right use. They would be allowed to connect to the grid and sell their energy, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question from the commission? Thank you, Ms. Worley.
Thank you very much.
As we move to the next phase of this this commission meeting, we will now get into the public comment period. But I'm going to go through some housekeeping, if you will, and some rules that we will follow before we get into this this period of the meeting. First of all, we welcome all of those, the many residents who have been engaged in this particular issue, in this process, and we want to hear from everyone who wants to speak at this public hearing tonight. Because there are a large number of people here, we want to allow everyone who is signed up electronically. In other words, they went online and they signed up to speak tonight for this meeting. And this list is being used to help us better manage this public forum tonight and to move effectively and efficiently through this process. During this public comment period, we're going to be calling up speakers in groups. So Madam Clerk will call the first group. It will be 10 of those individuals. And then after that, they will sit right in the front row. The ropes have just been moved, so you'll be able to sit there in the reserved seating area. After those 10 finish, then we will call groups up in numbers of 5. We want you also to use the microphones that are in front, and we ask that at least 2 people stand at the microphone at a time, or one behind each other. That therefore those who are in the audience can be able to see the screen and those type of things. For those who didn't sign up electronically, you weren't able to sign up, or you didn't know that you could sign up, we still want to hear from you. So everyone will have the opportunity to share their thoughts, whether it's this evening or at our follow-up meeting on next Thursday, September the 25th, 2025, at 6:30 here in the Goochland High School auditorium. For those citizens who are yielding your time, in other words, what we saw earlier where a young lady got up and yielded her time to a gentleman, for those who are yielding their time for someone else to speak, you can come up to the podium with that person that you're yielding your time to, state your name and your address, and then you may return to your seat and let that individual make their presentation. In terms of just the level of decorum that we will continue to have, and I thank you for what has taken place so far, and so does the commission. Thank you for how things have gone so far. We ask that you do not engage in clapping, jeering, sneering, booing, hissing, anything else that is just unbecoming of us being wonderful Goochland County residents. Because again, we want to hear from everyone. We want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity in the proper time to say what needs to be said. Anyone who has purchased or bought or made signs, we ask that you keep those signs in the back. Therefore, you're not blocking the view of others who are trying to, again, look at the board or be engaged with those who are speaking as well. And we also ask that those who come forward to the microphone that you engage us as the commission and not the audience as well. And again, we are looking to end by 11 o'clock or at that hour, as shared earlier. So we do want to hear from everyone, but we also want to ensure that we don't exhaust you or ourselves with a meeting that goes on all hours of the night. But we all want to be able to make sure that we're engaged as a community, as Goochland County residents. And we just want to make sure that we are thoughtful and considerate of your time and our time as well. So accordingly, we are committed to being here to 11 o'clock tonight. And if there are still speakers or deliberations that need to occur at the 11 o'clock hour, then we will have arranged for a public hearing on this item to remain open and continued again next Thursday at that particular day, which is next Thursday, September the 25th, in this particular room and the same time that we are meeting now. Once your name is called by the clerk, please come forward. Again, she's going to read 10 names. We're going to start off with a group of 10, and then we're going to go to 5. We ask that you come up, and of course, you will have 3 minutes to speak, unless you have time being cited to you, in which all parties then will come forward. We have a time keeping system. When your time is up, you will hear a buzz, and then we will ask that you would just kindly return to your seat and yield your time to someone else. Again, when you come forward, we ask that you state your name and your address so that we will have that for the record. Again, we ask that the level of decorum stay as wonderful as it has been tonight. Again, that we will keep our emotions and our feelings to ourselves, but we definitely appreciate each and every one of you coming out tonight, being a concerned citizen, being an engaged citizen, being an informed citizen in this particular process. So we thank you, and we look forward to now opening this public hearing. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. We will begin by calling forward individuals who have signed up to cede their time to a group representative. Will Julie Clements, Ralph Priebe, Carrie Kaiser, Susan Little, Conrad Spicer, Steve Usel, John Puccia, and Arnold Rosenberg please come to the blue microphone? Also, will Gerald Haas and Cynthia Haas please come to the white microphone to speak once Mr. Rosenberg has finished his remarks? It's their seating time. Seating time.
Good evening. My name is Julie Clements. I live at 12053 Talavera Terrace, and I cede my time to Arnold Rosenberg.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Conrad Spicer. I live at 1204 Talavera Terrace in the Mosaic subdivision, and I cede my time to Arnold Rosenberg.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Steve Usley. I live at 9315 Citrine Run in Mosaic Creek, and I cede my time to Arnold Rosenberg.
Thank you.
My name is Kerry Kaiser, 15639 Mosaic Creek Boulevard. I cede my time to Arnie Rosenberg.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Susan Little. I live at 9269 Cerulean Place, and I cede my time to Arnold Rosenberg.
Thank you.
My name is Ralph Preeb. My wife and I reside at 7006 Bisque Terrace in Mosaic, West Creek. I cede my time to Arnie Rosenberg.
Thank you, sir.
My name is John Pusha. I live at 12032 Talavera Terrace, and I yield my time to Arnold Rosenberg.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenberg.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time and service to our community.
Your name, I'm sorry, I
I'm
apologize.
sorry.
Your name and address, please.
My name is Arnold Rosenberg. I reside at 14003 Mosaic Nook, and I am here representing the Homeowners Association of the Mosaic at West Creek, a 55 and older active adult community of 500 homes and 1,000 voting residents. The great American warned, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." He spoke of a nation torn apart. Tonight, Goochland County faces a similar test. We cannot be half community and half industrial park. We cannot be half a safe haven for families and half a sacrifice zone for economic development. A divided county where residents' peace and property are weighted against the potential unchecked economic growth cannot stand strong. Let's focus on the human impact of this action. Consider the following. Parents putting their children to bed with the constant hum and vibrations of machines in the distance, never knowing if tonight will be a quiet one. Seniors, retired after decades of work, expecting peace, now forced to contend with diesel generators, turbine engines, and looming 120-foot-high buildings. Homeowners whose property values and financial security could drop overnight, while the benefits of the economic development may be considered disproportionately shared with the potential impacts. This is not an abstract situation. We are your neighbors, your friends, your fellow citizens of Goochland County, whom you have an obligation to protect. We cannot allow economic opportunity to come at this cost. Growth must be responsible, measured, and just. The Technology Overlay District promises progress and economic growth to the county, but if left unchecked, it brings real risks. Noise from data centers and power generation facilities and the constant hum and vibrations they generate. This is noise that disrupts sleep, health, and quality of life. 120-foot tall buildings towering over neighborhoods, casting shadows over homes, and changing the rural residential character of this area forever. Diesel generators, potentially many, perhaps even dozens per site. Turbines, and even small modular nuclear reactors, some of which could be by right adjacent to residences if considered an accessory use. Multiple business development sites over time, creating a cumulative impact on noise and the environment with absolutely no prescribed assessment for measuring their cumulative impacts. If left unchecked, the TOD will divide our county. Economic development will occur while neighborhoods suffer. Staff has made significant strides in improving the resolution before you today. I and the rest of the residents here applaud their efforts. However, there is still a ways to go to get it over the goal line. We ask you to strengthen the ordinance with these heightened protections. To Section 15499, noise standards. We ask that the resolution reduce the decibel levels to not to exceed 40 dBA at night and 45 dBA during the day, and add additional measures using a C-weighted standard of 55 dBc at night and 60 dBc during the day at the property line, and at no time shall dBc exceed dBA by more than 15 decibels. By making this revision, you will be protecting the health and welfare of the residents from the effects of low frequency and very high frequency sounds emitted by data centers in particular, while meeting the World Health Organization and HUD's generally expected noise standards for residential neighborhoods. By right versus conditional use. Section 15-450, permitted uses generally, Section A. We ask that all data centers, power generation facilities, including turbines, MSRs, and battery storage facilities, either for primary or auxiliary use, require conditional use permitting. This will provide transparency to the public about noise and other environmental and safety issues that could impact our way of life. At this time, we do not know what we do not know about these uses and their impacts on the community, or in fact, the entire county. Height limitations, Section 15-449, subsection 3, structure, paragraph A, height. We request that you cap all by right building heights at 80 feet to maintain a human scale for this community's by right developments. Land protection, Section 15449, subsection B, additional standards for property not in the planned development park, open spaces. We ask that you change the minimum 20% open space requirement to 30% to match that of the current West Creek Business Park requirements. And in subsection C, buffer and setback requirements require a minimum 600-foot setback with a 300-foot buffer from all residential areas, regardless of building height or use. Doing this will maintain a sense of campus and isolate from residential areas from incompatible uses. No waivers. We ask that you modify the resolution so that no administrative waivers of the included protections are allowed, and that any changes must go through a public hearing process through the Planning Commission and possibly the Board of Supervisors, which will provide the residents with a level of trust and transparency with the government. Property value assurance. We ask that the county consider the establishment of a property value assurance program as part of the TOD resolution. Residents need confidence that the county protects their financial well-being while fostering the county's economic development, which comes potentially at their expense. Finally, we also ask the Planning Commission to defer any actions on this resolution until staff can adequately consider these and other recommended improvements to the resolution. There is no reason to rush this action. Better to get it right the first time. Each of these additional protections is a promise that Goochland County values its residents and that it will not sacrifice families for unchecked economic development. Will Goochland be a county that bends to unchecked economic development where neighborhoods are sacrificed and families bear the cost? Or will it be a county that stands united, where economic growth occurs alongside vigorously enforced strong protections for its residents, its open spaces, and its quality of life? The choice is ours. We can stand together or we can divide ourselves. But with these additional protections, noise limits, eliminating by right for incompatible uses, additional public participation opportunities, building height caps, streamlining buffers or standardizing buffers and setbacks, and the addition of property value assurances, Goochland can stand strong. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, let's not applaud, please. Again, no cheering, jeering, or sneering. We appreciate that. Yes, sir, or yes, ma'am.
I'm Gerald Haas. I live at 12313 Beach Hall Circle in Reader's Branch, and I cede my time to my wife, Cynthia.
Thank you.
I have a feeling the Planning Commission and Goochland County administrators did not expect the public outcry caused by this TOD proposal. I know the county needs to bring in businesses for the tax revenue, and I have no problems or issues with that. I love that Eli Lilly has chosen West Creek. One of the main things I want the Planning Commission to understand tonight is that the majority of people here want to be seen, heard, and have their comments acted upon. Not the we listened, we heard, and we completely ignored and disregarded what you said attitude that the county has had so far. We want a true indication the folks who are electrical engineers, chemical engineers, sound engineers, IT professionals, folks who worked for Dominion Power with nuclear energy, land attorneys, generator experts, data center planners, can't all be wrong when they say this proposal has many flaws that must be fixed. Please don't turn away from what these experts tell you tonight. They know what they are talking about. For me, one of the most confusing aspects of this TOD proposal is why Goochland County has refused to act upon very minor requests for modifications which would allow residents to be protected in their homes, homes that were approved and allowed to be built by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. We are tax-paying citizens. We elect the Board of Supervisors and pay the county staff salaries, yet we have been given no justifications why the TOD proposal has been written the way it has. In fact, we have been asked for our input, and we have given it, only to be ignored and input completely disregarded.
Again, no clapping, please.
Instead, the tax-paying residents now have to pay for a flawed balloon test. It was flawed in concept and execution. If the purpose was to show if a 120-foot high building could be seen, why do it when all the trees are in leaf? When the trees are bare, 120-foot high, a 12-story building will be fully visible from my backyard. Flawed thinking. When the revised TOD came out, a nuclear reactor was added in an area right next to a quarry that regularly sets off explosions. Flawed thinking. It is this type of flawed thinking that has caused so much of the anger over the TOD. The proposal has not been written correctly. It needs modifications. The county's insistence on not changing this proposal has caused so much anger and fear. By endorsing every item in the TOD proposal without the necessary modifications, you are telling every tax-paying resident you don't respect them and you don't care about them. Remember, our homes are here because you all allowed them. I did my due diligence. I called the county. I asked what can be built on the lot that I'm considering. I was told M1 manufacturing. Goochland County Code of Ordinance, Section 15-261, Statement of Intent for M1. This district is intended to promote certain industries, ones which do not in any way detract from residential desirability. Please think about how Goochland County wants to be known, a greedy county that will sell its soul to attract any type of business, or a rural county that has focused on attracting businesses that are in Goochland's rural nature. Businesses that fit into the rural look of West Creek. Businesses that will be good neighbors. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to ask, in fact, this is the last time I'm going to ask, that we do not clap. This takes away from, again, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish. Because I ask that we not do that, please. If we need to take a recess or do something, then we will do that so that everybody calm down. But I've asked that several times now, that we just have a level of decorum so that everybody can be heard, everybody can get out what they need to get out without being interrupted, and we can move forward with what we're doing tonight. Whoever is next, please come forward, or are we finished with that group?
We're finished with that group.
Thank you.
If Susan Beneva and Timothy Staub would please come forward to the blue microphone. And Debbie McCauley, Elaine Gibberman, and Pixie Hamilton, please come forward to the white microphone to speak after Mr. Staub.
So Susan had to go to a friend's home. Somebody died, her husband died.
Excuse me, sir, could you introduce yourself in
Oh, I'm
terms of your
sorry.
name and your address?
My name is Tim Staub. I live at 9243 Cerulean, backing up to the A2 land that is TOD.
Thank you.
And my wife yielded her time, but if she's not here, so if I can't take it, I'll consolidate. What do you guys want me to do? 5 minutes or 3 minutes?
I'm not sure what you're asking, sir.
Susan was yielding her time to me. She's not here to do it. So I can either consolidate or I can take the 5 minutes. I'll do whichever you prefer.
So you can do 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yes,
thanks.
thank you, sir.
So I will be brief. So I've introduced myself. My name is Dr. Timothy Staub. As my kids say, not the real kind. I'm a scientist, not a medical doctor. I live, as I said, at 9243 Cerulean. I'm also a 66-year-old retired biotechnology CEO. I'm a capitalist. I'm an investor. I've built big things. I've worked with people to raise over $1 billion of capital to build big things. I've built not data centers, but large biotechnology facilities, generally fermentation facilities. I made a few phone calls. So my nephew is a partner at Citadel, who is a big investor in data centers. Another good buddy of mine works at a company called Stone Peak Infrastructure. And I just called him and asked him a bunch of questions. And I learned some things, and I'll just share with you really quick what I've learned. One, data centers build in clusters. So it's never one. If they come, they're going to come in quantity, and they're going to go big. If it's a small tract, they're going to go up. If you tell them they can build 120 feet, they're going to build 120 feet. They're not going to build 40. They're not going to build 80. Two, data centers are secretive, and it's because they don't really know what the long-term risk of these facilities are. So they set them up in LLCs. They bury the liability locally. They take the profit internationally for their investors. That's the way they do business. They're very profitable. That part of that profit is based on a term called free rider, which means that they're not paying for the risk. They're getting that free, and they're extracting the value. I won't talk about electricity. I won't talk about water. You've heard all that. What I will tell you is that they can build below 40 decibels. They don't want to, but they have the technology to do it. They can insulate the buildings. They can put up noise deadening fences. They can do things to make these things a lot quieter, but they are loud. So just to give you a reference point, 60 to 65 decibels is about equal to a vacuum cleaner running right outside your back door, 24/7, 365 days a year. The generators that kick on a couple times a day are 75 to 100 decibels, which is about equal to a lawnmower or a leaf blower every day. Our cerulean home backs up to these beautiful woodlands. We live in Florida, so this is our summer home because it's close to our grandchildren. We get up at 5:15, 5:30. We're old, we wake up early. We have a cup of coffee on the back patio and listen to the birds sing. You won't be able to hear birds sing at 60 to 65 decibels. What I would ask is postpone this until
Yes,
you have
your
more
time
data
is-
in the spring.
Your time is expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, next, please. Again, state your name and address.
I'm Debbie McCauley. I live at 12337 Beach Hall Circle in Reader's Branch, and I cede my time to Pixie Hamilton.
Thank you.
I'm Elaine Gibberman. I live at 12111 Branch Overlook Circle in Reader's Branch, and I cede my time to Pixie Hamilton.
Thank you.
I can't see you. I'm just going to move this like this. Or, yeah. I like eye contact. Pixie Hamilton, 12328 Beach Hall Circle, about 50 feet away from M1 zoning. I'm a retired civil engineer and communication specialist for the federal government. Right off the bat, I want to tell you that I want to thank Dr. Rowley. I want to thank Sarah Worley. I want to thank their staff. They've been above and beyond transparent. They've been above and beyond helpful. And I'm really proud that they represent Goochland County. I have not met you. I look forward to having more time with you so I can get to know you. I'm not here to talk about decibels. I'm not here to talk about SMRs. I'm not talking about gas peaking. I'm leaving that to other people with a deeper expertise. What I am here to talk about is the process that got us here today, some grave oversights that have occurred, and to advocate that tonight's the night to stop this stuff that's been oversights in the past, begin tonight, and start fresh in the new Goochland way that makes sense for business and for us. How did we get here? 1987, Decision 1, West Creek.
Excuse me, please. Could you make sure you address us when we talked about that
Yeah,
earlier?
I think it's a
Yes.
collaborative thing, but sure, I'll face
All right.
you.
Thank you. Appreciate
I'm
that.
sure they're listening. 1987, we're zoned M1, and we have by right approvals. So we have no say, we have no voice, there's no more meetings, there's no hearings, no input, done deal. For me, this by right access in M1 zoning is the first grave oversight. I also do want to say that, again, somebody mentioned it, but I think it's worth mentioning again, that the intent and purpose of M1 zoning in 1987 and in 2025 is to make sure that those light industrial uses coexist with the desirability and quality of character in the adjacent residential areas. Decision 2, 2014. I just learned this, so we're going to fast forward 27 years. Goochland passes an ordinance in March of 2014 that redefines data center as its own by right use. So prior to 2014, data center was fit into an existing definition in M1, which is office building definition. So it's where they had servers serving the facility. They had to redefine it in 2014 to stand on its own after Dominion Power approved a 119-acre site northeast of CarMax as a certified data center location. No setbacks, no noise limits, no protections for residents. Yet, by 2014, data centers were already massive, windowless, power-hungry buildings with generators, cooling systems, and heavy infrastructure. That's oversight number 2. Decision 3, 2017, Goochland County decides to zone adjacent residential areas. Reader's Branch, 2017, Mosaic, 2018. Again, no ordinances, no protections to residential areas. We still have this intent to make sure that we don't detract from the residential character. Oversight number 3. So now we're here today, 2025, and we're rushing to create a technology overlay district and a technology zone with tax incentives. It has been said publicly verbatim that this TOD is our opportunity to fix a past mistake, which I agree with. Finally, we have an opportunity for protections. And I'm very excited about that, and I commend the work that these people have done to try to get us there. However, I'm scared, I'm fearful. I think this could be oversight number 4 in the history that I've just outlined for you. I have a feeling that we are continuing on this path of reckless, not thoughtful decisions with unintended consequences. Instead of a careful fix, we're seeing a process driven by a few landowners. Don't get me wrong, they deserve a voice. We all know landowners have influence. I advocate that a few voices should not drown out the voice of 1,000 others who live adjacent to the property. I'm nervous because I think we're rushing into this TOD without careful thought, without attention to what it may cause us in the future. We haven't done our research on SMRs. It's untested. We don't know if there's noise barriers invented. North Dakota Data Center will tell you they're not around yet. My big recommendation for you tonight is to delay this process 60 days at least and allow these fine people to continue to do the necessary research so that when we get forward with a TOD, it's sound and it doesn't have consequences on residents down the road. So that's...
Thank you, we appreciate the time.
Will Barbara Boyer and Robert Boyer please come to the front in the blue microphone? And will Patience Armstrong, Laura Riley, and Brian Henson please come to the front to the white microphone to speak after Mr. Boyer?
I'm Barbara Boyer. I live at 9327 Kaleidoscope Row, and I'm ceding my time to my husband, Robert.
Thank you.
I'm Robert Boyer of the same address. I'm feeling extremely ambivalent about Goochland County. I understand the need for tax income for county operations, but I can't understand the county expectation that the largest portion of the tax burden should be shouldered by 48% of the county population that lives in districts 4 and 5. I not
You fine, keep going.
on 15% of the land. I recognize the failure of the 2002 creation of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. This district was to solve two problems facing the county. One, stop the sprawl of people from Henrico County, population 330,000, and the related industry. And two, create a new revenue source. So the county raised $67 million through bonds. This created debt that built infrastructure, water, sewer, electric, etc., created the Tuckahoe Creek Service District that was visioned as Goochland's owned Innsbruck with an M1 zone light industrial. This was a brilliant idea, but then Goochland sat on their hands and never recruited the industry to build in the TCD, to pay the taxes necessary, to pay the debt, which as of June 25, still has an obligation of $99 million. 20 years after the bond was floated, $99 million on a $67 million bond. So, in 2017, with the debt rapidly reaching maturity, it was an easy sell to residential developers since all the infrastructure was in place, and the change from M1 light industrial to residential zoning would meet no resistance whatsoever. The property tax at 53 cents a hundred of assessment was a great incentive as compared to Henrico at 85 cents a hundred. Also, the county could raise the assessments as needed to meet any obligation. The tax income would go into the general fund and be used for the needs of the entire county, even though the only District 4 and 5 would bear the burden. Well, this plan for increased income still was not enough to service the $67 million debt. So an ad valorem tax of 32 cents a hundred was assessed to be shouldered only by the District 4 and 5 residents and businesses. Keep in mind, the original tax revenue from the created TCSD was to go into the general fund to be used for 100% of the county. But since it failed, for some unknown reason, you expect only the residents in the TCSD to shoulder the burden of repaying the debt. So, call it the TCD or the TOD, this ad valorem tax should be charged to all Goochland County residents and businesses, since all the county was to benefit until the debt of now $99 million was paid off. Goochland now has an opportunity with data centers. They can't fail. You should easily be able to go out and float another bond for $100 million, put the infrastructure in the south central and southwest parts of the county where 52% of the population lives on 85% of the land versus 44% of the population living on 15% of the land. With the discontinuance of a few acres of soybeans and wheat, data centers could be built miles away from tax-paying residents. I'm sure a couple of farmers ready for retirement would jump at the opportunity to finally make a profit from the land that they worked on all their life with very little return. We would welcome them to Mosaic, but the taxes are twice as high, so they probably won't come. Goochland County is about 185,000 acres. 4 data centers of 100 acres each, 400 acres, in a totally invisible rural area would solve all the county's financial needs and still leave 184,600 acres for agriculture. The simple solution would make at least 99% of the county population very happy, and 99.5% of the population would be extremely happy when you change the personal property tax
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up.
of 27 cents a hundred to $3.75 a hundred that the residents pay.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Appreciate it.
Of course, the 15% and the 85% has to change.
Sir, please be respectful to someone else. Thank you. Again, we ask again, I don't know why this is so difficult for us to just not clap and cheer and jeer. Next slide. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Patience Armstrong. I live at 9349 Citrine Run, and I cede my time to Brian Hinson.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Riley. I live at 9220 Cerulean Place, and I cede my time to Brian Henson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for this opportunity to present. My role here tonight is very simple. We use language like inches for measurement. We use language like decibels for sound. The problem I think we have is that we do not understand what we're saying when we say 65 decibels of sound. 65 decibels is what is currently allowed in the TOD. I want to demonstrate what that is. This is different from a person talking where the sound goes up and down, or cars going by, or even waves on the ocean which are coming in. This is continual sound. So here is what 65 decibels of continual sound sounds like. I have a decibel meter here. I'm going to turn up that speaker until it reaches 65 decibels. Okay. This is 65 decibels. That's what we're talking about hearing at all times in our property, without fail, never ending. This is what's allowed. Now, this is not even addressing the testing periods for the generators, which is a 2-hour daily allowance. These can get anywhere from 70 to 100 decibels. The newer facilities tend to go higher. I am not going to bring this speaker up to those levels, but I will bring it up till it hurts your ears, basically, and I'll tell you where we are. Okay, so hang on. Okay, it won't even go loud enough. I got to 78 decibels. Okay, when a facility is tested, it's going to be around 85 decibels. Okay, there's another problem here. So that could go on for 2 hours every day. It's not acceptable. It's not livable. We can't have that. There's a bigger problem. The data centers we're talking about today are not the data centers we should be planning for. Data centers have been around for a long time. The new kind of standard is cloud data centers, and that's about what we're talking about here. AI data centers are the ones that are coming, and they are a completely different animal. They're louder. They have way more generators. You can have 25, 40, 100 even. The generators have to be tested so that they can supply backup power when power goes down. The data centers keep running, so they have to be tested. They have to be tested for a minimum of a half an hour each. It is mathematically impossible to test all of the generators on an AI data center in a 2-hour period in a given day. The only way it can happen is if you gang them together and test them at the same time, and we're talking about something extremely loud. Now, if you don't do it that way, they have to be sequenced. Now we're talking about a long period of the sound I just played. It didn't even reach the levels we'd be experiencing. It just does not mathematically work. I think one of the problems we're facing today is that we're planning for our grandfather's data centers. The data centers that are coming are not that. They are very loud. Okay, so we're for growth. There are solutions. And I'm getting out of my area now, I realize that. My area is sound. I'm a sound expert. I looked at the maps, and the area of properties compared to the whole, of residential properties, compared to the whole TOD is very small. So why don't we place the businesses that will have less impact. Training centers, offices, place those, if we must place them close to residential, place those type of businesses bordering residential and let the loud data centers that are allowed in the TOD and all other kind of industry, let them be far from residential. Our current ambient level in Mosaic, where I live, 9263 Cerulean Place, sorry about that, I forgot to state that. We experience a 40 to 45 decibel level right now. I played you 65, that's not acceptable. I played you 70, we're not even close to 85. This is important. Every 10 decibels of measure is twice as loud. Okay, so when I played you 60, if we go to 70, 70 is twice as loud. If we go to 80, it's again twice as loud again. I mean, we're talking serious noise here. Okay, so I'll conclude. I am respectfully requesting increased protections for existing residential property bordering TOD land. I'm requesting a modification to section 15-449 TOD design standards to include 45 decibels by day, 40 decibels by night, which is attainable, it is completely attainable, as the maximum limits at the boundaries, not anywhere, at the boundaries of existing residential properties with no allowed exemptions for these 85 decibel periods of testing continually through the day. 40 and 45, no exemptions. I'm also respectfully requesting that we defer on the TOD proposal. As the evidence shows today, the county needs more time to research and modify the TOD proposal. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Will Mike Dunnigan, yes, sir. 3. Will Mike Dunnigan, Kathleen Heyerholzer, and Gary Shepard please come to the blue microphone? And will Patricia Alvis, Pat Hendy, and Spencer Smith please come to the white microphone to speak after Mr. Shepard?
Good evening. Mike Diagnan, live at 12563 North Readers Lane in Readers Branch, and I cede my time to Gary Shepard.
Thank you.
Hello. Kathleen Heyerholzer, 111 Willow Oaks Road, District 5.
Are you giving us?
To Gary.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. You're going to hear repetitive things here, obviously, but I'm going to say them in my own words.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you give us your name and address?
Yes,
please?
it's Gary Shepard, and I'm at 12477 North Crossing Drive. I have some items to talk about in the TOD proposal. I'd like to start by reciting the statement on the Goochland Planning website. Planning Commission members are tasked with mindful stewardship of the environment, natural resources, and appropriate planning and development of the county. It is my contention that planning is incomplete for the TOD. In the late 80s, when West Creek was formed, there were no data centers remotely like those being considered, and indeed, there was no mention of them at all in M1 zoning until June of 2014. West Creek is a business park. It's not a technology park like White Oak was. Data centers currently in West Creek appropriately reside within office buildings. Only since the release of ChatGPT in 2022 has there been a land rush for giant data centers, and now in 2025, Goochland has determined that West Creek is the only site that they want to market due to its current M1 zoning. But as someone else said, or two people said, let me remind you of the underlying M1 zoning statement of intent. This district is intended to permit certain industries, ones which do not in any way detract from residential desirability. That's any way. The truth is that West Creek is chopped up with 288 and Tuckahoe Creek running through, and the possibility of a new interchange midway between Tuckahoe Creek Road and Broad. There are no nice uninterrupted 2,000+ acre sites like White Oak or Louisa or Greensville counties. Homes near those tech parks are thousands of feet away. So if a data center is to be built in West Creek, it can't be allowed to resemble those hyperscale campuses that Google, Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon are building. It can be smaller and a good neighbor, but that is where improvements to TOD come in to avoid disrupting the adjoining neighborhoods. So I have 4 questions for the commission to consider before acting. This first one regarding section A1 noise, and you just heard a demonstration. If you don't believe that, do you have any idea what that sounds like? If you download a simple sound level app to your phone and walk around your neighborhood listening to AC units and mowers and leaf blowers while watching the meter. If not, please do. It's your responsibility to find out what this sounds like. You'll be shocked at how loud 65 decibels is if you haven't been shocked already. Also related to noise, a single data center building, White Oak, is about 250,000 square feet and has between 30 and 50 generators of perhaps 500 kilowatts each. They are the size of shipping containers. In the TOD, are there restrictions on their sound level, on how many can be tested at once, on how often? The answer is no, no, and no. And are they allowed to operate continuously if required by the grid operator, PGM, to avoid brownouts? We know that's happened in Loudoun County. Another question, in section A3, structure height, why would a data center building be 120 feet high? Most of them, in fact, I've not come across one that's 120 feet high except for in urban areas. They're 80 feet and sometimes 40 feet. 40 feet is 1 story, 80 feet is 2 stories. So why are we asking for 120 feet? If it's for Eli Lilly, for instance, fine, but then put an 80-foot height restriction within the data section portion of the TOD, section A6. There's already setbacks and buffers, particularly data centers in that area. So we can make it 80 feet for data centers and still allow 120 feet for the Eli Lillys of the world. And finally, why are utility generating plants being included by right? This is the small nuclear reactors and such. What prompted that change in the August 26th revision? We heard a response for that. Yes, some tech companies are dealing with utilities to build generation capacity on site, but again, these are hyperscale facilities where thousands of acres are available. That's not West Creek. Those long-term dreams of nuclear reactors should be reclassified to conditional use. So I conclude by asking your consideration of these points. As Dr. Raley said at the Reader's Branch meeting, quoting roughly, we need to get this right the first time. The by right allowance, which goes back to the 1980s, removes further review from elected officials and leaves plan review and enforcement to staff without public input. I'm asking you to defer this action until improvements can be made by the staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Is there anybody else?
Yes, our next speakers were to be Patricia Alvis, Pat Hendy, and Spencer Smith. And then following them.
My name is Patricia Alvis. I live at 2210 Hanover Road, Rockville, Virginia, and I give my time to Spencer Smith. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pat Hendy. I live at 2337 Wheatlands Drive, and I cede my time to Spencer Smith.
Thank you.
I'm Spencer Smith. I live at 15692 Mosaic Creek Boulevard in Mannequin-Sabot. This whole procedure is based on the assumption that you had a right to define a technology overlay area where you did because the infrastructure was in place. Well, that's not true, and you know it wasn't true. What's infrastructure? Power. Well, if you hooked up a data center to our power grid, it would crash, and we'd all be living in the black. And you know that. So you figured that one out by saying, well, we'll have a power station tied to the data center. Well, you didn't pick a coal-fired power plant or a gas-fired power plant or an oil-fired power plant because the Green New Deal doesn't like those. Government has been shutting down all of our power for the last 35 years. We have no power, so what are you suggesting? You're suggesting that we have a nuclear power plant next door to the data center to power the data center. Now, I asked a question which anybody here could have asked. I went to my search engine and I said, how much water would a modular nuclear reactor or a nuclear power plant, how much water would one of those use? And this is, I'll read it in the opposite order it gives it. And this is a nuclear-powered plant that draws directly water, and it goes through and it's gone. Withdrawing 500,000 to over a million gallons per minute, or roughly 720 million to 1.5 billion gallons per day. Now, second part of infrastructure is water. We're in the middle of a water crisis. We have no water. The water I get is either brown or blue. That's not water. I drove by Henrico Doctors Hospital not long ago, and 10,000-gallon tank trucks were there to feed the hospital with water that Henrico County could not supply, and the hospital needed to operate. So you don't have water in this infrastructure that you're putting here because you have everything. Now, I asked the search engine, does it make any difference if it's a nuclear power plant or a modular nuclear reactor? There's no difference. The water requirement is staggering. And if you don't have the water requirement, you can't have a nuclear reactor in north of Broad Street. Now, the other thing about cooling, you can have straight-through water, or you can recycle the water to be more efficient. And then the numbers are just slightly better. 20,000 to 21,000 gallons of water per minute. About 29 to 30 million gallons per day as makeup. And in that installation, what you use is cooling towers to cool the water. You see, you have to keep the nuclear reactor from blowing up. When it gets hot, it'll blow up. So you have to strip the heat out of it to protect it. But if you use a cooling tower, They have built cooling towers 700 feet tall, 400 feet wide. Well, you can't do that here. You don't have the water. And then what happens? When you use water to cool a nuclear reactor, the water becomes toxic. And the federal government has promised to provide a location for those toxic waters to be deposited. But they've never delivered on that commitment. So there's no place for this toxic water to go. There's no place for the nuclear energy to go. So you're just creating hazardous waste, nuclear and water, with no way of handling it. Now you did all of this because you said, we have the infrastructure in position, but you don't even have roads in position. When you go out on 288, after Capital One lets go, it's a parking lot. And Tuckahoe Creek Parkway and Broad Branch Road are parking lots. And now you're gonna have more people working in the West Creek area, and there's no place to go. They're certainly not gonna go into Goochland County because there's nothing here that they want because of your management.
Thank you, sir.
If you had a real president in charge of you, hearing what I have said today, he would tell you, go to your office. Here's a cardboard box. Clean out your office. You have 30 minutes.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Your time
And
is
he would
up.
send a cop
Thank you,
to
sir.
your office to throw you the hell out.
We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and we will return in
I'll
15
finish
minutes.
it this way. If Donald Trump was here, so I'll channel Donald Trump, you're fired. Resign. You're worthless.
We'll call the meeting back to order.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Smith and Steve Levitt, please come forward to the blue microphone. And will Shannon Johnson and Edita Polonowski please come to the white microphone?
We'll call the meeting back to order.
Also come forward and have a seat in the front row, please. Todd Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson Chairman. and Karen Mitcherlin. And Steve Levitt.
Thank you. And
please
before
come
we
forward to
start
the blue
this
microphone.
next session,
And will Shannon
again, the House
Johnson
rules still
and
apply. And let's
Edita
be mindful of what has been
Polonowski,
said,
please
and
come
let's
to the
try to
white
do
microphone.
what we have asked as
Also
a
come
commission, and that
forward
is
and
let's
have a
keep
seat in the front
our,
row, please.
our
Todd
motions,
Johnson
our
and
clapping, jeering,
Karen
sneering.
Mitcherlin.
Let's refrain from
Steve
doing that.
Levitt,
Thank you.
please
And before we start, we've asked that nicely session more than we should have asked.
Again, the House
rules still apply. So, but we do want to make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to speak. And the only way we can do that is for us to move expeditiously through our comments. So, Ms. Levitt, correct? Clapping, jeering, sneering. Let's refrain. I apologize. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Gene Smith, 7011 Ben Hall Circle
So, but we
in
do want to make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to
Parkside
speak.
Village neighborhood.
And the only way we
And
can
I'm
do that
ceding
is
my
for us
time
move
to Steve
expeditiously
Levitt.
through
All right, thank
our
you.
Comments. Ms. Levitt, Ms. Levitt, correct?
Steve Levitt, I live at 7036 Ben Hall Circle.
Go ahead, please.
Yes.
On August
Thank you.
30th,
Gene Smith,
Skylar Carroll
7011
died
Ben
at
Hall
Nelson
Circle.
Lodge Quarry Park in Ohio.
Parkside
He was
Village.
cliff diving and was
I'm
unaware
ceding
what
my
lay below
time
the
to
surface of the
Steve
water.
Levitt.
I bring this to your attention because Goochland County is contemplating diving off a cliff without a full understanding of
Yes.
what lies below the surface.
Gene Smith,
My wife and I have attended
7011
multiple
Ben
county
Hall Circle.
TOD, TZ meetings, and it's very apparent the county is not considering various technical issues which are crucial to
Yes.
the creation of
Thank you.
the
Gene Smith,
As an example,
7011
died.
Ben
Consider the
Hall
Nelson
Circle.
Lodge Quarry Park in Ohio was found in section. He was cliff diving and was unaware of the TOD design standards. I bring the noises measured in dBA, Goochland County, which is a weighted contemplating diving off a cliff without a full understanding of what lies below the surface. My wife and I have attended multiple county TOD felt meetings, and it's very apparent that producing county low frequency noise, various technical issues, the long wavelength of low frequency creation allows it to travel as an example, audible died. Consider the data center makes it very difficult in Ohio. Section. He was cliff diving in a story published by his TOD design standards, September 12th. Several is measured in dBA, Goochland County, which is a weighted contemplating diving indicated without a full understanding of what lies below the surface. Sleeping in the basement. My wife and I attempted multiple non-stop TOD meetings. These measures had an effect on county. The CDC confirmed low frequency long wavelength can cause stress, anxiety, travel, and even heart disease, audible died. Consider the data makes it very difficult. Only daytime, he was cliff at nighttime story published is inadequate. They will not protect neighbors. Several measures waiting contact data centers are very complex and tend to be developed in clusters. At this point, staff and landscape expertise on evaluating many important measures can affect building height and CDC don't know when cause stress. How can you travel even as an example? Specify very different only when they do not have a night story published is inadequate. They will not protect neighbors. Several measures data centers very complex tend to be developed should be evaluated. At this point, initial staff landscape experts county evaluate third-party experts evaluate height and CDC. The county has also done research in Northern Virginia and other areas with similar industries, seeking input from local officials as well as surrounding businesses and residents. How do these industries affect the community? How does it affect the quality of life? How does it affect health? How does it affect the children? staff has been remiss in presenting any negatives associated with their proposals, many of which I'm confident they are aware. This lack of transparency is disingenuous and potentially dangerous. Knowing that a particular entity may adversely affect our health demands scrutiny. There are too many unknowns. Deferring this proposal until more research, thought, community input, and technical analysis can be done seems prudent. Will you approve a proposal lacking a full understanding of all the issues which you know have a high potential to adversely affect our health, our property values, and our quality of life? I certainly hope not. I implore you to defer this proposal. It's half-baked. It would be a mistake to approve it as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
My name is Shannon Johnson, 12404 Amershire Place, and I cede my time to Edita Polznik.
Thank you.
My name is Edita Polkosnik, and I reside at 12340 Morning Creek Road. I'm a nurse, and also I will be graduating with my doctorate level degree from VCU in April. I have spent the last 4 years working in different oncology units, including chemotherapy, infusions, and bone marrow transplant floor, where I cared for children battling the most aggressive forms of cancer, including leukemia. I have held the hands of toddlers, and I cried with them as they cried from the pain of chemotherapy. I have watched children lose their hair, their strength, their ability to walk, to eat. I have watched parents break down in hallways. I have had to say goodbye to far too many children whose little bodies couldn't take it anymore. Even for the lucky ones who survive, the journey is brutal, full of side effects, lifelong complications, and relapses that often come with worse outcomes. So when I hear that a nuclear unit is being proposed near Henrico County, a community full of schools, of children, I cannot stay silent. As presented by peer-reviewed, highest level of evidence, meta-analysis, research studies, there is an increased risk of all cancers, thyroid cancer, and especially leukemia among residents living within 19 miles of nuclear reactor. And the risk is highest in children until under 5. These are not hypothetical dangers. They are well-documented studies. We know children are more prone to the risks of radiation. Their cells are dividing rapidly. Their immune systems are still developing. They have decades ahead of them for radiation-induced mutations to manifest as disease. You're being asked to consider placing a highly experimental nuclear reactor of a kind not yet operational anywhere in the US or in Europe in such a close proximity to neighborhoods, parks, and schools? This is not a theoretical risk. This is a very real threat to children's health and safety. If a child in this community is diagnosed with leukemia in years to come, will we be able to say with certainty that the nuclear reactor did not play a role? No. And I assure you, no amount of monitoring or regulatory limits will be enough to comfort the families who must watch their children suffer through chemo, transplants, and worse. As someone who has spent countless hours at the bedside of these children, trying to ease their pain, comforting them through screams and sobs, I implore you, do not add unnecessary risk to this community. Do not gamble with children's lives. Once the cancers come, there is no undoing it. There are safer energy sources and safer ideas for generating income for the Goochland County. Let's choose those. Let's not build a nuclear experiment next to our schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Todd Johnson and Karen Mitcherlin.
My name is Todd Johnson, 12404 Amershire Place, and I cede my time to Karen Mittership.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Mitcherlich, 12201 Malham Way. Basically, I'm here to talk about the proposed Goochland regulations that will allow the small modular nuclear reactor placed just south of Kane Road, north of 64 to power the data centers. It appears that SMRs are largely theoretical and untested. There are no SMRs in operation in the United States. Studies show that SMRs produce 2 to 30 times the radioactive waste of older nuclear designs and waste that we have no safe long-term disposal site for. The last week, the Goochland person did say that your plans for the nuclear waste disposal are to, quote, truck it off-site. However, at the moment, there are no realistic prospects for licensing centralized sites where the used reactors could be taken for the foreseeable future. Any community with an SMR will have to plan to be a de facto long-term nuclear waste disposal site. This puts our homes well within the 10-mile radius of requiring plans for evacuation and shelter in place. The gentleman last week said that that they don't care about any impacts to Henrico citizens. However, please be aware that there are over 75,000 residents of Henrico that will be less than 10 miles from this nuclear reactor site, in addition to 12 or more schools. Impacts do not stop at county lines. There is nothing about nuclear reactivity or nuclear waste that would stop at the Goochland-Henrico line. This does impact Henrico residents as well. We provide up to 25,000 gallons of water a day for Goochland. We also provide EMS and fire services, and we would like to be good neighbors with y'all. It would be very neighborly to give some consideration to Henrico residents who are going to back right up to this nuclear reactor. The site that the proposed nuclear reactor is right on top of where the epicenter of the last earthquake was. So you can't tell me that this is actually a safe site. There's also complaints in the area about the luckstone blasting in the area, shaking houses. I can't believe that a nuclear reactor would not be subject to issues with shaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speakers, please come to the front. Diane Halverson, Lee Halverson to the white microphone, Nicole Vanderven and Melody Lawhorn to the blue microphone once the Halversons have finished. And then in the front row, if you could take a seat, Diane Ussel, Karen Fortuna, Dee Haynes, and Richard Haynes.
My name is Diane Halverson. I live at 12253 Bremner Ridge Circle in Reader's Branch, and I cede my time to Lee Halverson.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lee Halverson. I live at 12253 Bremner Ridge Circle, Mannequin Sabbath in Reader's Branch. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the service that you do for us, and I truly do appreciate it. It's a lot of work, and recently it's been a lot of pressure. I'm here to speak out against changing the parking place to office space ratio. Right now it's 300 feet for one parking space, and I'd like to keep it like that. When that standard was set, the concept of a data center was quite different than the 1 million square feet, noisy, unhealthy blockhouses we'd get today. If the owners want to use by right construction, and that to me is the real elephant in the room, TOD is a protective effort, but the real elephant is having the builders to be able to come in and do things with pretty much out any public oversight other than the normal zoning rules. So if the owners want to do that, then they should also have to do the by right parking spaces. So that's really one of the few controls that we have over by right building, to make them do, you know, a 1 million square foot data center complex is going to require about 20 acres of parking. That's a lot. If an owner opts into an eventual TOD that reduced the parking spaces, that would be a cool thing. But on its own, to stand alone, to be included in by right, that would be absolutely a mistake. There's been some talk about, well, we can't change by right, but in fact, if the health and welfare of the citizens here and anywhere in the county is threatened by a zoning rule or a proffer, the local government has the authority, statutory authority, and a mandate to change the code. We are neighborhoods and families and people. We aren't sweet spots and grids on a spreadsheet. You tell us you won't pay attention to what's happening in other counties, and you want to do it the Goochland way. But honestly, looking back, that way is littered with mistakes. 4 decades ago, you and the board located industrial zones right next to residential areas with little protection for the people. That was a mistake. In 2014, you and the board changed the definition of a data center from within an office building to a multi-acre complex zone M1 with by right, without any protection, right next to residential areas. You had the board had a public hearing. No one showed up. No one lived there in 2014 in Reader's Branch, in Mosaic, in Avery Point. And it was just a growing neighborhood at the park right next door. So it wasn't surprising that nobody showed up. Effectively, it was approved, by right was approved, with de facto no public comment. That was a mistake. You could have gone to visit counties with existing data centers, like I'm from Northern Virginia. I've seen Loudoun County, I've walked Loudoun County, I've listened to Loudoun County. It's an experience. You didn't visit. That was a mistake. In 2017, Reader's Branch was authorized for development. You approved it without protections. You're allowing by right data centers. That was a mistake. In 2018, the Mosaic 55+ community was approved. Again, you knew about the by right data centers, yet you approved the development without meaningful boundaries, protections, or buffers. That was a mistake. It looks like the optics here are you're letting big money victimize the citizens of this county and dictate the rules, regulations, safeguards, and statutory compliance in the very health and safety of your constituents. Goochland will no longer be a safe place to live, work, or worship if that's the kind of attitude that we're going to have. We need to start establishing a better relationship, one of trust. It would be a mistake to continue on with this bi-direct zoning. I urge you to stop data centers now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Nicole Vanderven and Melody Lawhorn.
My name is Nicole Vanderven. I live at 12601 Heather Grove Road, and I cede my time to Melody Lawhorn.
Thank you.
My name is Melody Lawhorn of Cedar Plains in Goochland, Virginia. Good evening. I stand before you today deeply concerned about the lack of a complete and transparent plan for the proposed SMR nuclear power plant. There has been no clear presentation to the community, no robust emergency response strategy, no answers on long-term nuclear waste storage, and certainly no consideration of the risk we're being asked to shoulder. Let's be clear, SMR has never been operated in the United States. There's not enough long-term safety data to justify turning Goochland into a test site. We are being asked to be guinea pigs for an experimental technology that has a huge liability for Goochland County. And remember in Japan, Fukushima, in 2011, triggered by an earthquake, we know that there are 3 quarries that run within a half-mile of the proposed SMR site. On the Goochland, Hanover, and Henrico border, and even homes in Henrico's Weston Estates feel blast, noise, and shaking from it. What happens when one of those vibrations interacts with the untested SMR reactor? Is Goochland prepared for that scenario? Where are the National Nuclear Commission seismics and geotechnical assessments to ensure that quarry activity doesn't threaten the reactor's foundation, containment, structures, or safety systems? In order to consider zoning that includes this technology, the public and the board should be provided with this information. And what about Lake Anna? It's just 40 miles away and already home to a nuclear plant. Any seismic impact or accident in Goochland could ripple across the region. Could it trigger a secondary incident in Lake Anna? Before Lake Anna's plant was built, the surrounding population was sparse. Today, over 100,000 people live within a 20-mile radius of the proposed Goochland Technological Park, including dozens of schools within a 10-mile zone, including the Goochland High School where we sit tonight, all housing the next generation of multiple counties. Not only are possible reactor safety concerns valid, but the storage of the radioactive nuclear waste that lives for over 100 years. According to the large meta-analysis from health effects of occupational and environmental exposures of nuclear power, the data found a 9% increase in risk of leukemia, 17% increase in thyroid cancer, and 5% increase for all cancers compared to living further away. Children under 5 years old are being the most vulnerable. According to the American Cancer Society, the AM leukemia has a survival rate of only 65 to 70% at 5 years for children under 15 in recent US data. Even small increases in incident matter when the risk is being sold as low because the damage can be lifelong and difficult to treat. Aside from the safety and security issues that have held up the SMR technology for such a long time, the cost is exponentially higher. In fact, it's over 2 times more expensive than natural gas, wind, and solar. SMR technology is being marketed as great for remote locations and is smaller and needs less people to operate. So why is this untested in the US technology being proposed for what essentially equates to short pump? When speaking with the Goochland Planning, I was informed that neither the proposed technology park nor the new Eli Lilly site needed this power to operate, that it was added to make the technological park more appealing. So why take the risk of centuries of nuclear waste, double the cost, and possible nuclear disaster to make an already appealing technology park that has attracted a multi-million-dollar company without it? So I ask, if there is a disaster, if your child gets cancer that only has 65% chance of surviving 5 years, who is responsible? What liability does the county hold for endorsing an experimental technology? We also lack a detailed emergency response plan. Where do people go? How are they evacuated? Does Goochland have the resources for that? What is the plan for the nuclear waste? How is it stored long term? Who holds the responsibility of what happens to it for 50 or 100 years from now? And as there is no safe or clear way to make it non-nuclear or recycle it safely. Our community deserves answers, not assumptions. In order to be able to vote for a zoning change that includes an SMR, the safety burden of proof must be met, and it has not. This isn't just a zoning issue. It's about lives, land, and legacy. Let's make sure Goochland isn't remembered as the county that gambled with its future but preserved it. Thank you for your time and your consideration for your constituents.
Thank you. Next, please.
Diane Usul and Karen Fortuna.
My name is Diane Usley. I live at 9315 Citrine Drive. No, Run, sorry. In Mosaic. And I cede my time to Karen Fortuno.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Fortuna. I live at 9705 Kaleidoscope Row, and appreciate your time tonight. I'm a new resident of Goochland County and reside in District 5's Mosaic at West Creek. Many problems surround the Technology Overlay District, or TOD, and Technology Zone, TZ, but I'm going to focus on the political inequities. No one is opposed to business development that would bring money into Goochland County. We just want it to be the appropriate development for all of our residents, not just a few. The residents of Districts 4 and 5 purchased homes zoned residential, bordered by agricultural and light industrial zoning. We believed it was a safe investment and a nice place to live in our twilight years. We could never have imagined such a thing as a TOD and TZ with a by right designation superseding all residential rights. Residents of Districts 4 and 5 have lost their voting rights concerning all business development within the TOD and TZ because of the by right clause that the supervisors don't want to remove in order to fast-track the approval process for data centers and nuclear power. In addition, our supervisors' votes can also be negated by a 3-2 vote, thus again leaving the residents of 4 and 5 with no votes and no representation, resulting in 1, 2, and 3 reaping the rewards of development, while 4 and 5 pay the hefty price with diminishing property values, health and quality of life issues, and this is just not representative of a democratic process, leaving Districts 4 and 5 with taxation without representation. I would say it's a little bit of a class action thing there. Although the supervisors have already made decisions regarding the TOD and TZ, they are required to have these town hall meetings to show transparency of information and willingness to compromise with residential input. There is no compromise here. We are reduced to pleading for small concessions to existing ridiculous protocols that have been relaxed in order to attract data center investors. And I want to add, I was appalled. I did not realize that at any moment they could change the TOD and add things or take away things. So we wouldn't have any vote on that in the future. I don't know why anybody would want a TOD, because we don't have input to it, and in the future they can change it at any moment, like taking away 30, instead of 30% open space down to 20, or hey, we just want to add a small nuclear reactor. Is that okay? We have to say no. Currently, we are at the mercy of what the planning committee, decides to recommend to the supervisors, and then what the supervisors in 3 districts decide to approve. And I say 3 districts because 4 and 5 can get outvoted at any time by a 3-2 vote. So it was brilliant strategy to just do this to 4 and 5 and leave 3 that can outvote them. And I hope 1, 2, and 3, I hope somebody's here, because there's nothing stopping them from this happening to them. Suddenly, we're doing something in 1 and 2, and they get outvoted by the rest of us. So we are at their mercy. Goochland County leadership needs to pause the decision-making by at least a few months and remove the by right clause from the TOD and TZ development plan. They also need to take a more serious look at the entire county, not just the current areas within 4 and 5. This will engage all the districts rather than continuing to pit districts against each other. Learn from Loudoun County. And the fact is that as of this year, they have changed their entire business model because of the mistakes they made with the data centers. All of the local counties surrounding Goochland have learned from those mistakes, and there's no reason why Goochland can't benefit from that knowledge as well. We need to work together as a county and not divide and subjugate our districts. Let's make it a priority to protect all of our rights and quality of life while striving to make Goochland County prosperous. Leaders, invoke democracy. Listen to your constituents and embrace the democratic voting process. Although data centers and nuclear power are not acceptable, working together, we can find the right cash cows.
Thank you.
Believe me.
Thank you. Next, please.
Dee Haynes and Richard Haynes. And then if you'd like to come to the front and have a seat for your time to speak, Amy Hostetler, Stephen Schrock, Bruce Silverman, Breckenridge Daughtery, Susan Willis, and Vladimir Lenov.
My name is Dee Haynes. I live at 50 Fleetwood Lane, Mannequin-Sabat. I cede my time to my husband, Richard Haynes.
Thank you.
Richard Haynes, 50 Fleetwood Lane, Mannequin-Sabat, Virginia 23103. Chairman, Board, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm coming from a completely different angle and going to share some things nobody else has said as far as I've known. I've been in Goochland County for 43 years, so I consider myself an old Goochelander. I love Goochland, and I love to see most of what the development's done. My first statement is this. Not long after I moved here, there was a huge change to our county, and it was called West Creek. And I want to tell you what, I think West Creek's the best thing that ever happened to our county. I've watched West Creek change, I've watched it grow. I'm so thankful for West Creek. You never know it, but I used to be a runner, and I ran that loop at West Creek, a 6-mile loop. I must have run that thing 1,000 times. Beautiful, the scenery, no traffic. I love West Creek. And I've watched companies come in, and it's just been phenomenal. And so I've also, the Garners are good friends of mine. I know their neighbors. I live just west of Richmond Country Club, 15 acres there, and by the grace of God, 2 homes. And, I've worked with the Garners on their thoughts and development and everything. I've been with the plans, and I've been a part of talking about that. But I look at this TOD thing, and my first question is, what's driving the need for this? I see no actual need for the TOD. I mean, it's a great plan. I mean, tons of work, and who knows how much money has been put into this TOD. I have no technical problem with the TOD. It actually borders my western and northern property lines, so that theoretically a nuclear power plant, well, that's going up north. But a data center could be built close to my home. Am I worried about that? You know why I'm not? I'm 80 years old. I'm not going to be here. And you know what? For my kids, we have 8 wonderful kids my wife gave me. It's just going to help my kids, the financial benefit. So what's my concern? My real concern is this: there is no driving need for the TOD. Is there any company knocking on the door of Goochland County proposing a data center? Yes or no? Not that I know of. Is there any company knocking on the Goochland's door proposing a small modular nuclear power plant? Not that I know of. So what is driving the TOD? What is wrong with all the existing rules and requirements that exist in West Creek? Is West Creek not big enough to handle the future needs of development of our county? Good golly, what percentage of West Creek is developed? It's way less than 50%, right? Way less. So all that's needed for our county for development is sitting there in West Creek. And of course, they wanted to develop. I wanted to develop. I wanted to go on its original line. One of my greatest concerns was when West Creek started violating its original covenants. And West Creek started becoming residential. The whole purpose of West Creek was to eliminate residential growth. Is that right? That was the original proposal. It's going to prevent Chesterfield's growth, and it's going to become light industrial and commercial. Well, I don't know what changed the county's mind, But this whole thing of the need for TOD, I'm just saying, what is the driving need? I see none. So I'd like to ask you as the Planning Commission, ask yourselves, what is the driving need for the TOD? Give me one. Other than, I don't know if certain landowners are knocking on the door. But to me, everything that's needed is right there in West Creek. Why add to that? Why change that? Now, what's just been announced that is phenomenal for our county? What's the name of the company? Guess what? I grew up in Indianapolis, Indiana, and guess that's the headquarters of what? Eli Lilly. My best friend's dad was one of the top VPs for Eli Lilly. And you know what he did for me? Oh my goodness. He talked me into going to college where I went to college. So my proposal is Eli Lilly is going to draw all the new business that we need. Eli Lilly is going to be, one Ben said it was a cowbell. Eli Lilly is going to have more impact on new business coming to West Creek than anything we could devise called a TOD.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I propose, lastly, I propose one thing. If you're serious about this, you know the problems, do a referendum. Do it on the referendum.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Amy Hostetler, please.
Okay. And thank you for pronouncing my last name correctly. I'm Amy Hostetler. Good evening. I live at 12325 Beach Hall Circle in Reader's Branch, at least for now. After hearing the 65 decibels, I've already told my husband, you know, it's like, we're not going to be staying here if that's in our backyard. And our backyard abuts the TOD area. This was supposed to be our forever home. I had a whole bunch of stuff written down, but first of all, I want to commend the county and the staff for coming up with the proposal before major development begins. I mean, that's the right instinct, you know, get out ahead of it. But I urge you to listen. I mean, 700 people attended the Board of Supervisors meeting? When did that happen the last time? I mean, that's just, we're telling you something. And, you know, we're telling you that we need to go back to the drawing board and put the brakes on, defer the proposal. You know, we really need to think this through because this TOD will affect the county for generations. Not just, you know, my lifetime, the 80-year-old gentleman, you know, this is going to be generations of people it affects. And I really urge you to not just listen, but to respond to the residents and our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Schrock.
Stephen Shorrock, 12201 Brimner Ridge Circle, Manikin Sabat. I also thank you for whoever it was back there that pronounced my name correctly. I'm a little shocked, to be honest with you. I'm here in reference to section 15450, permitted uses, section A8. I'll speak about SMRs being allowed by right and the process of learning from mistakes. I worked at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission for some years. I facilitated panels of nuclear experts in their debates on accident prevention and emergency response. Debates based on mistakes they observed. Learning from mistakes, that's how safety procedures and engineering improvements are made over time. Bridges collapse, trains crash, buildings fall, engineers learn. In theory, SMRs might be safer than large reactors. We have no history. An accident probably will not happen here. We do not know how SMR technology will change or how the definition of them will change. Back in 1987, data centers were allowed by right. We've seen how that has changed. The data center that I used to work in 1987 was about a fifth the size of the room that we're standing in right now. As written, The ordinance will allow SMRs by right, when just tonight, the building of a single-family house on 4 acres of land required a review by the Planning Commission and a vote by the Board of Supervisors. And you're talking about putting in an SMR. I have 2 observations. First, I am surprised by the county's absolute faith in the perfect infallibility of federal regulators to keep us safe. No historical experience with SMRs, no learning from mistakes, reliance on information from Russia and Red China. Second, at the stroke of a pen, an executive order could exempt any SMR project from regulation or gut the entire regulatory process. In summary, Goochland will probably not experience an accident. We will probably not be known as Chernobyl on the James. But please remember the choice we have and where are you looking at it. Are you looking at it from a point of view of perfect infallibility versus the time-tested learning from mistakes? Please vote to defer and insist on making SMRs at least subject to a CUP. To do otherwise would not just be a big mistake, it would be a titanic mistake.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Bruce Silverman.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Bruce Silverman. I reside at 1340 Hounslow Drive in Manikin-Sabot. I also serve as the medical director at Goochland Cares. In 2024, our General Assembly directed the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission to study data centers. Their main recommendation was the following. The industrial scale of data centers makes them largely incompatible with residential uses. 1/3 of data centers are currently located near residential areas, and industry's trends make future residential impacts more likely. Inadequate local planning and zoning have allowed some data centers to be located near residential areas, which sometimes causes impacts on those residents. In some cases, this occurred because local zoning ordinances did not consider data centers to be an industrial use. In addition, some localities have zoned industrial areas next to residential areas, even though land use principles state that industrial uses and residential uses should not be zoned next to each other. Local elected officials have also granted data centers exceptions that led to adverse residential impacts, such as approving rezoning that would allow data centers next to these sensitive locations. Then why are we continuing on this path when we've been directed by the state not to do this? I hear that tax revenue is the major push to require these data centers in our county, yet in Loudoun County, 400,000 plus residents have only received a savings of $1,500 per year. However, their electric bills, due to the way we allocate this in Virginia, allow Dominion and others to recoup costs for infrastructure and allow them to fall on those same residents. If this is likely to continue, that would counter any potential savings in taxes. As you know, all these data centers require diesel generators. We now have over 8,900 diesel generators in Virginia. While individual adverse effects of each generator may be small, collectively we are seeing a rise in the impact on the environment. The thousands of diesel generators with backup power data centers pose a threat to the health of Virginians. Exposure of diesel exhaust primarily affects the respiratory system and worsens asthma, allergies, bronchitis, and lung infections. Diesel exhaust may increase the risk of heart problems, premature death, and lung cancer. Burning diesel emits greenhouse gases and other pollutants such as particulate matter, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, hydrocarbons, and volatile organic compounds, which contribute to the regional ground level ozone, acid rain, and global climate change. Is $1,500 enough to risk our health and well-being? I don't think so. What would any of us pay for good health and longevity? What would we give up our beautiful environment for a few dollars? If we are said to be good stewards of keeping Goochland rural, is this the way? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Breckenridge Daughtery.
Breck Daughtery, 12385 South Reader Circle in Reader's Branch. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I support the county's goal to increase the percentage of revenue derived from business development, and I support the proposed technology zone and overlay district, but with qualifications related to data centers and distribution centers, specifically to their being located contiguous to residential neighborhoods and homes. Goochland residents' homes must be protected from the negative impacts of these kinds of developments, as seen just up I-95 in Loudoun and Fairfax counties, and closer to home in Henrico. Therefore, I ask that you support the following amendments to the proposed new zoning ordinance section 15-449 TOD design standards. For data centers, increase the buffer between homes and data centers to 1,000 feet. Reduce the maximum allowable height to 80 feet. Reduce sound levels to 45 decibels daytime, 40 decibels at night. Require modifications to chiller fans to mitigate low-frequency sound waves that they emit, sound waves that can travel for miles and that are not affected by walls or enclosures. Require all machinery, inclusive of generators and HVAC equipment, to be enclosed by sound buffering materials, and no distribution centers contiguous to neighborhoods at all. Finally, amend Section 15-262 of the zoning ordinance to change by right development of data and distribution centers in M1 zones contiguous to neighborhoods to a conditional use permit, which, as you know, requires public notice and a public hearing before this body and the Board of Supervisors. State code allows you to add by right uses, as the administration is proposing here tonight. It also allows for the opposite. If that proves to be a bridge too far, as an alternative, I ask that you recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt a policy whereby whenever a corporation proposes to build a data distribution center on M1 by right property contiguous to a residential neighborhood or homes, that the county notify residents in advance and that the developer be required to meet with the affected neighborhoods or residents to present the plan and obtain feedback before any permits are approved and issued. Companies that build data centers and distribution centers are among the wealthiest corporations on the planet. These amendments will impact their net worth about the same as having a cup of coffee at Starbucks would yours. And let me emphasize, these are modest changes. They're proposed only for data centers and other similar noise-generating businesses looking to build contiguous to residential neighborhoods and homes. To sum up the feelings, we don't want to see them, we don't want to hear them, and we don't want to smell their generator exhaust. I urge you to incorporate these changes to the TZTOD before sending them on to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Susan Willis.
Repeat that name again.
Susan Willis.
Oh.
Right here. Want me at this mic? My name is Susan Willis. I live at 12384 South Readers Circle in Mannequin-Sabot. My remarks are focused on the inclusion of the small modular nuclear reactors, or SMRs, in the TOD plan, section 15-450, permitted uses, A(8). My career includes 10 years with Dominion Energy, leading a team responsible for the licensing and recertification of nuclear control room operators and senior reactor operators. During that time, I became very familiar with the complexities of the nuclear industry and its stringent regulatory standards to safeguard the public. I'm concerned that Goochland County, in its proposed TOD plan, is calling out SMRs as permissible, given that this is a technology only in its infancy. In allowing for SMRs to be built, there is the suggestion, and some might even call it soft promotion, of SMRs as a means to meet the massive energy requirements of data centers. This seems to be a marketing attempt to resolve the infrastructure needs of prospective data center developers. There are currently only 2 SMRs in existence in the world, and I say existence, not necessarily in operation, and has been mentioned, they're in China and Russia. While lots of studies are underway to further consider this technology, the overwhelming message from the analysts in the field is there are significant challenges that first must be addressed.
Critical among those challenges is the disposal of nuclear waste, most specifically the highly radioactive spent fuel. This has long been an unresolved issue for the broader nuclear industry. SMRs are especially challenged by the disposal issue as they generate significantly more radioactive waste than conventional nuclear power plants. And the reason that happens is their neuron activity is such that due to their small cores, the neurons are released in excess of what's in a typical core reactor in a power plant like North Anna, and that released neurons go into the adjacent steel and activate it, radiate it, so it becomes radioactive. SMRs are also, some of them have designs that produce waste streams that haven't even yet been handled. Current depository methods like the dry casking are designed for nuclear waste from large nuclear power plants like North Anna. They are not designed for the waste forms that SMRs will generate. It cannot simply be carted away and become a problem to solve by the data center developer and the utility industry. After all, aren't we all stewards in the safety of our residents and the welfare of our communities?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's next, please?
Vladimir Leonov. Leonov. All right.
Next, please.
Next speakers, if Barry Moore could please come forward to the white microphone, and John Bayru to the blue, and then we'll have some additional speakers come sit in the front row. Chip Powell, Jeffrey Graves, Stella Clary, Andrew Castanello, Ian Begley, Rob Williamson, Virginia Reed, and Larry Lane.
Hello, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Barry Moore, 9730 Kaleidoscope Row in Mosaic. My topic, it goes back to the slides we saw in the beginning, the words incentives and economic development. There was a time and a place, but the 6-7 counties surrounding us are emphasizing always on incentives. So my proposal would be this. I think we should look at a program moving forward with no concessions. Goose's location already attracts high-income companies. They should pay the market rate and cover the full cost of their projects. It's going to take a different thinking. If there's bonuses paid for economic development people for growing, it's coming out of our pocket and our risk. It's time to start having everybody pony up to what they're going to make. We keep hearing how much money these companies, these data centers are making. It's time for taxpayers to get their share. So my key points would be residents must benefit as much as the developers. Developers, investors, and relocating companies profit immediately when the buildings move in. Homeowners and taxpayers deserve equal, measurable benefits. That means firm pricing and no giveaways. Accountability in future deals, negotiate from strength. Data centers are similar projects need our location more than we need concessions given to them to attract them. Require developers to pay the full cost of all infrastructure upgrades. Tie any approvals to verifiable local employment and measurable economic impact. Include tangible community benefits, parks, recreation facilities, or other public assets, so growth is a win for residents and businesses alike. Specific requests, no concessions of any kind that shift costs to taxpayers. Don't give them a break now because we're going to make money in 5 years. That math does not work. Look at the federal budget. I'd like to defer for 120 to 180 days the TOD proposal and about the noise and put more thought into it. I believe noise and vibration impacts need to be studied more. Newly built homes in Mosaic happen to be patio homes. Do we know what's going to happen to the foundation? Is who's going to pay that? Our insurance companies will not. So if the county will write us all checks, if my foundation cracks because of anything they do to our ground, so be it, but put it in writing. The homes in our development are 700 to 1.5 million. They could be vulnerable to long-term vibration, like I just said, and low-frequency hum. Prevent unchecked expansion in other areas. Single data centers have grown into multiple buildings, increasing noise and vibration for nearby residents. Protect utilities. Ensure Mosaic and other affected subdivisions do not see higher water or electric costs. And at some point, we're going to run out of water. We can say we will not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
John Bayru.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Byro, and my husband John had to leave. So whoever's up next, and I will wait my turn for later.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Who's next, please?
Chip Powell.
I'm another Chip Powell, 9201 Cerulean Place, Mosaic. I'm just another one here to gripe. Basically, why the rush? You know, you got other businesses coming in, you got Amazon moving in, you got Eli Lilly, you got things happening. Why the rush on this? A thing that kind of galls me particularly is the TOD is basically being sold to us as something that's being done strictly for our benefit. And it's not for our benefit. There's nothing about it that's for our benefit. You keep telling us that data centers could come in right now today, put one in right next to our house. But you know that's not true. It absolutely could not happen. A modern data center could not move in as in a area zoned M1, light industrial. There's no way anybody would believe that would pass. So the TOD eliminates that. The TOD rezones everything for you. So you can bring a modern data center in. We also got protections that a building can't be over 60 feet right now. The TOD takes care of that for you too. Now they can go 120 feet. No hearings, no nothing. We got farmland behind us. Don't have to get that rezoned anymore. No public discussions. It seems to me the real purpose of the TOD is to eliminate all public discussion, to not allow the people to have any input in what's happening around them. You make a statement of, we're glad everybody came here. It shows you're coming out, you're showing you're active, you're interested, but the TOD is going to eliminate everything. No more discussion on anything. And I believe the real reason for the rush is because you know this doesn't stand the light of day. You know the first data center that comes in will not live up to everything that's promised and will probably have all kinds of impacts that don't work for us. And so when the next one tries to come in, we have that one to present to you and say, oh, wait a minute. You're gonna put another one in? This one didn't work? So by rights, hey, it comes in, we'll try to figure it out, work it out. We got all kinds of noise issues. They're gonna be as noisy as you'll let them be, because the more servers they can cram in that thing, the more money they make and the more noise it makes. So when the first one comes in and they're at the limit, which we know they'll be, what happens when the next one comes in? Does that mean no more can come in? Because you know they're gonna make noise, it's gonna push us over the limit. What happens then? These companies, they're the richest companies in the world. They're planning on paying fines. That's the cost of doing business. You wanna take them to court? They got the best lawyers in the country. That doesn't scare them. It's like, we're gonna suffer. The noise is gonna be there.
Thank you, sir. Who's next, please?
Jeffrey Graves.
Hi, I'm Jeff Graves, 1641 Centerville Park Lane in Mannequin-Sabot. I too came with a list of things, and everybody's covered things. I even had one point, and Mr. Powell just took that one from me. But I'll take a minute just to say that I do admire and respect everything that you've done, and I'm glad I don't have your job. But if I can read the room, people sound angry, but we're scared. And that's even worse, because we don't know what the heck this means. I mean, what does it mean? What's going to happen? We don't know, but all we know is we're opening some doors to let other people things come in.
And until you address that, you're going to have a lot of unhappy campers. If you can sit down and say, this just doesn't feel right, then you got to say no. That's all there is to it. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Stella Clary.
Next, please.
Andrew Castellano.
Close. Soon to be living at Andrew Castellano, soon to be living at 1322 Sparrow Song Drive. My wife Jennifer and I are going to be residents of Songbird that's being built right now on Hockett Road. This is my first planning meeting on this topic. Notices have been sent to Main Street Homes, who decided not to forward them on to the 50 or so folks like us who have signed contracts and made deposits. I'm a financial advisor for the past 27 years at Truist and Short Pump. It was a client last week who made me aware of these changes. Until our house is done, we currently live at Pouncey Tract and North Gayton Road. We are familiar with the orderly development, having lived there in that area for almost 30 years. We were finally in a situation, the kids out of the house, to make a move to Goochland, and we were attracted to the Hockett Road corridor for the residential look and feel. We did not like the Ashland Road corridor. It is an industrial zone, kind of like Laburnum Avenue in eastern Henrico. I did my research through GIS on the land surrounding Songbird, paying close attention to the ownership and zoning. Next to Songbird, there are 87 acres owned by Goochland County. The county planner, after I called them, told me that that land had been owned since 1999 and was known as the future Eastern Goochland School Site. It is now 2025, and there's nothing there with no current plans for development. I looked at the West Creek zoning and land ownership. The current building heights has been in place for 30 years and the data center restrictions for 11 years. Developers also invested in the West Creek knowing those same zoning restrictions. Now you want to change the rules to allow buildings up to 120 feet in height and adding hundreds of new acres to the West Creek zone with a technology overlay? Do you know the amount of stress and anxiety you're creating for your constituents? Hockett Road residents do not want to be the next Laburnum Avenue. Data centers need uninterrupted power. They can't be offline for a second. A medium-sized data center now needs about 100 individual diesel generators for backup power. Each generator consumes 175 gallons of diesel per hour. That's 18,000 gallons of diesel per hour for 100 generators. Have you ever been behind a single diesel truck blowing black smoke? What if the power is off for a day or two or longer? How noisy will all those generators be for a single data center? Where do you think all that smog will go? How will where will the diesel be stored at? How large will those tanks be? How many trucks will be needed to refill those tanks? Oracle, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple have committed to spend $1 trillion in the next 2 years for data centers. $1 trillion. They have the cash now and will move quickly. You're welcoming them to Goochland, touting to us how this will be an economic boom for the county with high-paying permanent jobs and construction jobs. There is no current capacity for Goochland to benefit from this build-out. Families don't want to drive 30 minutes to take their kids to school. That's why there is a lot of empty nesters like us in Goochland, in the eastern part.
Thank you, sir.
Especially construction jobs, people won't be able to.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Ian Begley.
Hello, I'm Ian Begley. I live in Reader's Branch, 12322 Beach Hall Circle. I'll be looking at the data centers or whatever we get soon. I just have one question. Can any of you give me 100% certainty that it's not going to affect my health, my well-being, or my value of my property? I'll take your no as a no. So I think we need to go back. Thank you for the work you've done on the TOD, but it needs to be stronger. We need to defer for another 60 days, I think.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Rob Williamson.
Good evening. I'm Rob Williamson, 2262 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin, Sabbath. Eli Lilly coming to Goochland is a win. As a taxpayer, thank you. The TOD has a lot of good things, but I can no longer support the TOD ordinance changes in its current form. Don't be confused by overlay. It's not a true overlay. It's a hybrid rezoning process. Approval immediately changes existing A2 M1s if the applicant meets the TOD requirements. There's no special meetings, no citizen comment periods. It's a done deal. The TOD in its current form has gaps, oversights, unintended consequences, and has not incorporated data center lessons learned from other counties. Therefore, it is unwise. The room should be a barometer on the magnitude of those gaps and consequences. Since I only have 3 minutes, I'm only going to pick one issue because there are many. 120 feet by right is unwise and unnecessary. It's also a beacon for 119-foot bad businesses. Our current height limit granting additional feet above 80 by cup is a wise method. Case in point, Eli Lilly has built a 125-foot tall facility in Lebanon, Indiana, where the height limit is only 50 feet. They requested a waiver and it was granted, just like our cup process affords. They're not afraid of the process. Beware of those who are. Make no mistake, we're battling a data center rezoning tonight, not because we have an applicant with a rezoning with facts, figures, actual impacts, and locations, but because if 120 foot by right is approved for everything in the TOD, henceforth and forevermore, and it's under 120 feet, the people affected will have no voice, and that is just plain wrong. When being stripped away, what else is being stripped away is the Board of Supervisors' ability to manage projects over 80 feet. You have a fiduciary obligation to allow good tall projects and prevent citizens from having the experience big bad ones. It also strips away the ability of future boards willing to do so to manage heights. Do you really want to tie the hands of your successors? I'm willing to wager that most everyone here tonight expects county leadership and elected officials to manage excessive building heights rather than automatically giving it away for expediency and convenience. Please defer this so we can work together to fill the gaps and limit the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
Virginia Reed.
My name is Virginia Reed. Until this week, my legal address was in Fairfax County, Virginia, where my wife and I resided for 39 years until we sold our house yesterday. In January of 2025, we visited Mosaic West End and fell in love with what was to be our retirement home. We selected lot 13-6 at the end of Bellini Crescent, adjacent to that beautiful 35-foot wide tree buffer. We signed a contract to build on March 25. On a visit to the home site in early April, there was a sign had been placed at the end of Bellini Crescent which read, "This road is to be extended with future development. For more information, contact the Goochland County Planning Office," and provided a phone number. I called that number the next day. I left a message because nobody picked up. I was lucky and I received a call back on Monday, April 14th, and was informed that the planning office had no additional information at that time. In July, the first technology overlay district map was produced. Our Mosaic West End community was not shown as directly impacted by the overlay area. We still had farmland all around us. Now the revised version 2 map released during the September 8th community meeting is showing Mosaic West End as directly impacted, and in particular our future home at 9174 Bellini Crescent, which now is abutting and surrounded by TOD. Our dream of a retirement home surrounded by green space, trees, and wildlife is now situated on a future access road and adjacent to the now proposed TOD. The change of the proposed map in CP 2025-2 has ruined our dream, as have changes proposed in section 15-500 definitions of the zoning ordinance, and you know the number. I therefore urge the Planning Commission to reject these amendments to the comprehensive plan related to the establishment of a technology overlay district and any amendments to the zoning ordinance specific to definitions to include small modular nuclear reactor facility, natural gas peaking plant, and utility generating station, and that Goochland County Planning Commission deny approval and not recommend these changes to the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Larry Lane. And we'll call several more to the front. Sherry Lane. To the white microphone, Margaret Levitt. To the blue microphone, and the remaining names, please have a seat in the front. Kate Bennett, Nicholas Klim, Dennis Montague, Kathleen Bayru, Diane Thompson, Nathan Crispo, Roland Payton, Mary Kay Beasley, and John Parker.
So my name is Margaret Levitt, 7036 Ben Hall Circle, and I live in Parkside Village. And my husband and I have been involved in local government pretty much since we got here 10 years ago. We're growing so weary of one bad decision after another. My son said something that I'll share with you. Mom, this type of invasive development does not belong in anyone's backyard. We've made a lot of new friends. Although I cherish the relationships, I'm sorry we were brought together with this kind of invasive development, which goes against your own zoning definitions. Truly, all of these residential communities were brought into Goochland to correct a mistake that you made with Motorola and not putting guardrails in. So you took out all this bond for the infrastructure, the water infrastructure, and you had no way to pay for it. John Badesky told me so at the first town hall meeting I ever attended in Goochland in November of 2016. He told me why our communities were allowed to be 55 and older so we wouldn't burden your schools. We understand now it's to reach into our pockets for the tax money. It's a disgrace. It's astounding that you choose to ignore the experiences of those in other surrounding counties. I mean, it's like an ostrich with your head in the sand. We know what's gonna happen. It's not an unknown. We know. You all got a video. That should be shocking to you. And yet, you're gonna roll out the red carpet, the welcome mat for these companies. They're gonna come one right after another. I attended a community meeting where a supervisor stood up and said, folks, calm down. We are only looking at one data center. Wow, a grave misrepresentation of what the TOD would allow. It would be a by right opportunity for these entities to build, baby, build. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, I'm sure many of you do not live where you're going to be affected by this, nor would you choose to. All of us, we did not choose this. So I'm in Parkside Village. What's been inflicted on my community is just so disrespectful. So if you wouldn't want to live there, why would you inflict this on your citizens? It's not smart, it's not responsible, it's not acceptable. So all the time and energy to formulate this TOD, perhaps staff leaders should focus on
please.
changing the comprehensive plan to protect residents.
Appreciate your comments. Next, please.
Kate Bennett.
And knowing that there's so many small children at risk here. We moved here from New York about a year ago in search of greenery, community, and good schools, and we're so thrilled to have found that here. But this small modular reactor proposal is very concerning for two reasons. The first reason is what we do know, right, which directly conflicts with the health, safety, and welfare mandate of zoning under Virginia Code 15.2-2283 per the Euclid versus Amber Realty case. Others have spoken about the 2 to 30 times radioactive waste of older nuclear designs for which we have no long-term disposal site. We've also spoken about the SMR generator testing for up to 2 hours daily. I genuinely think the next meeting should just be that decibel for 2 hours and see how people vote. Our homes will be well within the 10-mile emergency preparedness zone, or EPZ. Arguably, approval of this proposal is akin to diminution of value, in that you are reducing our property values without just compensation. Furthermore, the proposed 1,500 setback for the SMR from residential property is inadequate to shield homes from the visual, noise, and vibration aspects of 120-foot industrial structures. Even worse, the ordinance allows exceptions at the plan of development stage, weakening these protections further and undermining homeowner welfare and confidence in property levels. Many of the neighborhood protection provisions, such as building height, noise, design, and energy storage, would be waivable by conditional use permits, creating uncertainty and risk of future expansions that worsen impacts. That's the first reason I'm worried. The second reason I'm worried is what we do not know. As many others have said, there are no currently operational SMRs in the United States, making it actually impossible to gauge the environmental, healthcare, or real estate value impact. Moving forward with this proposal without data on those impacts is extremely negligent and not in alignment with the locality's duty to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. It should be clear at this point from both my talk as well as others that this directly contradicts Goochland's 2025 comprehensive plan, and I urge you to delay approval until the impact can be measured in real time. Thank you.
Thank you, please. Next.
Nicholas Clem. Next.
Next, please.
Dennis Montague. Kathleen Bayru.
Deep breath. We're getting close to 11. Well, 40 minutes. My name is Kathleen Byrow. It's like buy and row your boat. I live at 12481 North Crossing Drive in Mannequin-Sabat. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for making a deal with Eli Lilly to bring them in as a manufacturing facility in West Creek. This is wonderful. Lilly will be a great neighbor. This is exactly the type of business that the EDA and the Planning Commission should continue to try to attract to Goochland County. When comparing the Lilly opportunity to data centers, what really stands out to me is that the tax dollars will begin to flow from the Lilly site within 5 years, versus an indeterminate amount of time it will take for tax revenue from a data center to come to fruition. Because West Creek is not shovel-ready when it comes to meeting the massive power demands of a data center or more. Sister industries and research centers are much, much more likely to follow Lilly's lead and come to Goochland County, while data centers only beget more data centers. Thinking to the future, after the construction phase is over, data centers only bring a handful of employment opportunities to people in the county, not hundreds of jobs that are created with a manufacturing facility. Please, please thoughtfully consider that while Goochland County is spending quite a bit of time and money on promotional efforts to make a TOD and a TZ more amenable to attract data centers, you might miss out on other more desirable businesses and opportunities which can offer up the tax dollars the county is looking for in a much more predictable time frame, and that everyone would be happier with. Please build on your success with Lilly and consider to remove data centers from the list of approved technologies in a TOD. Problem solved. You have the authority and the power to do it. Remove data centers from your list of approved facilities or industries on the TOD. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Diane Thompson.
Next, please.
Nathan Crispo. Roland Payton. Mary Kay Beasley. John Parker.
Yep.
My name is Mary Kay Beasley. I live at 13004 Fresco Court in Mosaic. I moved here almost 4 years ago from the very green area known as Bonaire. I moved so that I could be closer to my children, adult children, and because I really liked this area. I will tell you, I so appreciate the doctoral candidate who spoke about children being affected by nuclear power. My son, he is now 41, he is a childhood cancer survivor. That year that he was treated, there were 11 other kids. They all died. For some reason, my son was spared, and he is a teacher now in Powhatan County. I would not want any parent to have to go through what my husband and I did raising our son with the specter of cancer. It is not something anyone should do. That is why I am so against the unknowns of the nuclear reactor. I also do not understand why it moved so fast. Arnie has left the building right now, but I will tell you, Mosaic wasn't even notified of the TOD until somebody from Reader's Branch came and gave him signs. Oh yeah, we don't get mail very often in Mosaic. It keeps getting lost by the post office. But that's not your fault, that's mine, because I chose to move here. Whatever, there is no rush to do this. You need to learn from others, you need to go to Loudoun County, and you need to listen to your constituents. By the way, I'm almost 73, and this is the first time I have ever participated in county government, and I'm doing so because I need you to hear us. Thank you.
John Parker.
Now I see why they were having trouble seeing y'all, that TV. Anyway, my name's John Parker. I live at 403 Hickory Court, and that is in Mannequin. The TOD is enlarging West Creek. That's something new. West Creek was intended for light commercial office park, Zone M. West Creek's not even fully developed. Why are we expanding it? Those areas, I believe, I don't have the map up there, but weren't they agricultural before the TOD? So you're expanding West Creek and letting in these new uses, and oh, they went from agricultural to now they can put up a 120-foot building? That's not even what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the micro nuclear, but this is something that's getting out of hand. So we'll talk about the TOD. As previously stated, there are no SMRs in service in the U.S. There are actually 2 under construction right now, but where they're located is at present and past nuclear reactor sites. One at, should have revised my notes. Anyway, at past nuclear sites. These are small reactors, but they are reactors. They need to be in hands of trained individuals like North Anna. And we won't say 3 Mile Island, but there are places, even in the hands of trained people, that you can have a problem. And this is not a small problem. You need a 10-mile exclusion zone. We're 14 miles from that right now. That means just about everybody east of here would have to be evacuated. The 10-mile line seems to hit about State Farm, is where I calculated it online. And we're 20-some miles from North Anna, but I trust that more than I trust something that comes in on the back of the truck and Fred's gonna plug it in and hope it works. That just isn't right. 50 miles exclusion around these things, you have to not harvest any more crops. That wipes out just about the county, doesn't it? Where's 50 miles from where this is? I think you pretty well wiped out all of our county, a good part of Henrico, and Goochland and Louisa. Just a thought. Now, the odds, I agree, are small, but do we really want to be on the bleeding edge of that technology? Let's wait until there's some history. Putting it at the nuclear plants makes sense. Put trained operators running it. That makes sense. But don't stick it next to I-64 in a residential area. I mean, or near a residential area. That's just not smart. And, oh yeah, since I got a couple seconds left, we've seen how the rules can be changed. There was a certain setback in West Creek. That was revised against a lot of protest, and now they have a much smaller setback for that shopping center at Patterson and 288. So these rules are not set in concrete. They're barely set in pencil.
Thank you.
Steve-
Next, please.
Steve Dowdy.
Next, please.
Ben Sloan.
Mr. Chairman, Ben Sloan, I reside at 2052 Maidens Road, Maidens, Virginia, 23102. I rise in support of the TOD ordinance on several different principles, one of which is I'll suggest there's been a complete mischaracterization of nuclear power and nuclear power in the United States and the health effects of it. I am a degreed nuclear engineer. I'm also an electrical engineer. I'm also a previously licensed senior reactor operator. 4142 is my number. And I was also at 3 Mile Island after the accident, and I'm only 17 years old. But the thing is, Mr. Chairman, that nuclear power has been mischaracterized quite often in the press, quite often. And one of the gentlemen that was up here spoke about fear. And unfortunately, there is a lot of fear here about nuclear power, about data centers. And that's unfortunate because we do need the growth to support in the area of where it's been declared for years. Let's talk about data centers for a moment. Data centers are not the data centers of old, and there's no doubt about it. They're getting louder, they are using more energy, but there are also companies willing to pay for decreasing the noise and increasing the power to support those data centers. We went from the era of, in fact, we even had a data center here within the county courthouse area. We ran it ourselves. We moved it to data centers up in Henrico County off of Parham Road, and now we exist in the web entirely with the new data centers. Those new data centers use, as opposed to CPUs, GPUs. Those GPUs are much higher power usage chips. That's what's enabling AI. And if you study what is happening right now, because of AI, it is changing everything within our company. I grew up in an era where there was growth. I grew up in the steel belt when in the 1960s, there was incredible growth of the steel production facilities. That died out, along with most other growth in our nation. We have to continue growth, not only for us as taxpayers, but for citizens of our county so they can get employment, so the continued growth that is needed to reshore things that we've sent off to China and to other places comes back to the United States so we won't suffer like we did previously with all the misallocation of resources that went offshore. This is our chance. We can do it right. I trust the people within the county staff. I trust the people on the Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Patrick Sheridan.
Hi, my name is Patrick Sheridan. So you've talked a lot about seeking common ground a lot through this process. And I think one thing everyone can agree on here is that you
We can't hear you, sir.
Okay. think one thing everyone can agree on here is that you would want a power plant, including a nuclear
Absolutely.
reactor.
Excuse me, sir. I apologize. Could you identify yourself again?
Okay.
And
Mind
your
if
address?
Would it be possible to start the time over?
I'll give you a few more seconds. We're good. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself and your address, please, and then
My
start
name's
over.
Patrick Sheridan, 12712 Sawdust Drive. So you've talked a lot about common ground a lot through this process. And one thing I think everyone here can agree on is that you would want a power plant, including a nuclear reactor, in a safe, stable environment. You would not put a nuclear reactor next to a volcano or someplace likely to be in a flood, right? Common sense tells you that's not a good idea. Did you know Windham, Virginia, about a mile from the proposed nuclear reactor, has had 4 earthquakes this year, which have shaken the homes of local residents? The largest was a 2.8. I've heard from many people tonight that in the last years there's been recent local ones that were a lot bigger. Did you know the last earthquake, the epicenter 4 months ago, was actually directly underneath the proposed nuclear reactor site? Not next to it, not a mile away, directly underneath it. So just go to earthquaketrack.com and verify for yourselves. Another question, would you want to put a nuclear reactor near where explosives are regularly detonated? So did you know that this quarry is a couple thousand feet, about a quarter mile, of the proposed reactor site? It regularly sets off explosive detonations large enough to shake the surrounding houses. You also recently approved the quarry getting even closer to the proposed nuclear site. Why on earth would you propose a nuclear reactor within a few thousand feet of where a high number of large explosives are regularly detonated? Again, common sense tells you this is not a good idea. So a few quotes just from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's general site suitability criteria for nuclear power stations. Quote, preferably, a nuclear reactor should be located so that at the time of initial site approval and for about 5 years after, the population density, including the weighted transient population, averaged over a radial distance of about 20 miles, so is at most 500 persons per square mile. A reactor should not be located at a site where the population density is well in excess of this value. Another quote, this boundary is the population center is determined by population distribution, not political boundaries. That means that this isn't just the population of Goochland, but also the County of Henrico and City of Richmond. This site fails that test. So, by the way, as multiple people pointed out at the last meeting in this one, that no reactor of this kind has ever been successfully built in the US. Google it. They are all caught up in very expensive legal battles that have cost those communities billions of dollars. So as for the peaker gas plant, did you know there's also currently strong political opposition to Dominion's proposed Chesterfield peaker plant based on health, environmental, and legal concerns, as well as alignment with the state clean energy mandates. Key points include health and environmental. Local legislators, including multiple state senators, argue the plant would increase pollution, highlight risks, and go against the clean energy laws of the state. Please vote no on the proposed nuclear reactor and gas peaker plants in Goochland County. These projects risk entangling our community in costly legal battles, as seen with other small nuclear reactors and gas peaker plants across the country. I think we would just set ourselves up to be in legal battles for years without actually putting it into use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Our final speaker that is signed up to speak this evening is Meredith Moses.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Board, County Representatives. I thank you for
Could
having
you
me.
state
No,
your
I'm
name
sorry.
and address,
Can
please?
I go over there?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Oh. All right. Okay, much better. Okay. Thanks for doing this. It seems to me that given a choice between by right with little restrictions and TOD with more restrictions, it would be better to have development through the TOD. I'm sorry. I live at 4467 Halls Road. My name is Meredith Moses.
Thank you.
Wouldn't it be better to have a larger setback and buffers between a resident and a data center, for instances that have one right versus one that has one right across the street? My handwriting is atrocious, sorry. The TOD plan takes into account the aesthetics of the restricted development versus a by right one under the current restrictions. Okay, so anyhow, I'm in total support of the TOD, everything like that. And mostly, I'd like to thank the county, the Board of Supervisors, the Economic Development Authority, and the Planning Commission for considering the best plans for Goochland, keeping it rural where it is, and developing in areas that have the infrastructure that's already there. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we feel that there are others who, for whatever reason, left, or there are others who wanted to speak who had not had the opportunity to speak. So we will look forward to continuing this process next week at the same place and the same time. And our clerk Ms. Parker will explain to you, for those who want to sign up like others did on the website, she will go through that with you. And then we'll finish the rest of our business and we will adjourn this meeting. But first of all, we need a motion to continue this public hearing until next week, if we have a motion on the floor to do so.
I will make a motion that we continue the Planning Commission meeting for next Thursday, September 25th at 6:30.
Yep. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
It's been properly motioned and second. Roll call vote real quick, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Ms. Kowalski?
Aye.
Mr. Cosby?
Aye.
Mr. Patuk? I'm sorry? Okay. Mr. Kimmerly?
Aye.
The motion to continue passes on a 4-1 vote. This case will be continued to Thursday, September 25th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. in the Goochland High School auditorium. The forum will remain open. If speakers who didn't speak this evening would like to speak next week, that will be available for you to use that link and sign up.
If there's no other business, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.